Cairo has seen wealth before. Its markets glitter with hammered silver silk from farther east, glass lamps, ivory spice and coin moving through hands that know precisely what each fragment is worth. But in the year 1324, something begins to feel wrong. Gold appears not as the rare, disciplined heartbeat of commerce, but almost as weather. It passes in gifts, purchases, ceremonial gestures, generous payments, and the extravagant wake of a travelling king from a land far beyond Egypt, beyond the cities of North Africa, beyond the last stone walls before the desert opens. The yellow metal that usually anchors value now arrives in such abundance that its value falters. Merchants remember it. Officials repeat the story. Decades later, writers still speak of the visitor whose spending changed the price of gold in Cairo. His name is Mansa Musa, ruler of Mali, and behind his dazzling passage lies a larger mystery. What kind of empire can place so much treasure in one man's caravan that a distant capital feels the disturbance? Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy. Because to understand that disturbance, it is necessary to leave Cairo behind and travel against the direction of the gold. North African chroniclers see its final brilliance, the courtly robes, the attendants, the metal measured out with apparently inexhaustible confidence. They do not stand at the beginning of the chain. The beginning lies hundreds upon hundreds of miles to the southwest, across a landscape outsiders often imagined as an emptiness separating civilized worlds. The Sahara is not empty. It is murderous, certainly. It is a furnace by day and an expanse of bitter cold after darkness, a place where a mist well may turn trade into a procession of graves. Yet it is also crossed by knowledge routes kept in memory, stars red above the dunes, camels bred for endurance, oasis towns, supplied by lives organized around the problem of distance. On its southern rim, where desert loosens into the grasses and thorn scrub of the Sahel, gold moves northward out of an empire whose riches will become famous long before most of the world understands how that wealth actually works. The first sight of Mali is not a mountain of treasure. It is earth. Red earth after rain, dark soil beside water, open grassland trembling in heat, and the broad, patient power of the Niger River bending through the interior of West Africa. Here the world is neither dense tropical forest nor absolute desert, but an immense middle country of seasons. Months of dryness harden the ground and thin the vegetation. Then clouds gather, rain returns, pools fill, floodwaters spread over low plains and cattle. Fish, millet, rice, merchants, boatmen, farmers, hunters, smiths and rulers all follow the opportunities created by water. Gold alone cannot feed an empire. It cannot carry armies. It cannot keep roads safe or persuade towns to yield tribute. The astonishing wealth associated with Mali begins in a place capable of supporting people, agriculture movement and authority across long distances. Gold is the dazzling part of the story, but beneath it runs a quieter foundation of grain. River travel, labor and political control. Still gold changes what becomes possible. Somewhere south and southwest of the great caravan towns in regions later associated with places such as Bambouk and Bura, people extract gold from soils and waterways. The image is not necessarily of miners descending through vast imperial shafts under the eyes of royal guards. Much of the metal comes from alluvial deposits patiently separated from sand and sediment, gathered in small quantities until small quantities become extraordinary amounts. The miners are not merely background figures in the splendor of a king. They possess essential knowledge where a riverbed gives up its bright grains, how seasons alter access, how to process what the ground reveals, and just as importantly, how to keep the sources of wealth from becoming too visible to powerful outsiders. Much of what happened close to the goldfields is difficult to reconstruct. Written descriptions tend to come from travellers and scholars, located far from the extraction itself, while oral traditions preserve other kinds of memory. The evidence remains incomplete, and any picture of Mali as a ruler simply sitting upon a single enormous gold mine is too simple. What survives in the record suggests something more sophisticated and in its way more formidable. Gold is brought into networks. It travels from producing zones toward commercial centres and the political reach of kings. It is exchanged, assessed, taxed, protected, concealed and directed onward. It moves in dust and nuggets, though the rules surrounding each could carry the force of royal privilege. Wealth in this world is not only the possession of metal, it is the power to make metal pass through channels an empire can influence. A ruler who commands every streambed personally is unlikely. A ruler who stands at the meeting point of producers-traders, tribute roads, river routes, market towns and desert departures can become almost unimaginably rich. Even the phrase empire of gold can mislead if it makes the country seem passive, merely blessed by geology. Gold only becomes imperial wealth when people organize access to it, defend the routes around it, persuade or compel communities to participate and establish enough trust for merchants to risk crossing continents of sand. In Mali, abundance is never simply found. It is gathered, moved, controlled, and transformed into authority. To northern buyers, the gold has an alluring anonymity. It arrives after journeys that erase the hands that found it. A Mediterranean coin minted from African gold does not reveal the mud from which its substance was washed, or the language spoken by the trader who weighed it, or the political bargain that allowed it to travel safely. It shines in a treasury, in a mosque lamp, in a royal workshop, in a merchant's balance. Long before Mansa Musa appears in Cairo, West African gold is feeding economies beyond West Africa, helping supply the monetary worlds of North Africa and the Mediterranean. The very distance of its source magnifies its aura. To those waiting at the northern end of the roads, the gold seems to emerge from a hidden country on the far side of heat and silence, a country whose rulers can offer a substance desired everywhere, but produced only in particular landscapes through knowledge not easily seized. Yet the old phrase, the richest empire, ever carries a trap. Richest by what measure? No medieval accountant leaves behind a complete balance sheet for Mali. There is no reliable number that converts its lands, harvests animals, labour gold dust, tributary obligations and trade revenues into a modern ranking of every empire that has existed. Claims that assign Mansa Musa a precise personal fortune belong mostly to later imaginations trying to force a medieval monarch into the language of modern billionaires. Scholars still debate the scale of his resources and how directly the state controlled production. But the absence of an exact figure does not make the wealth unreal. The reaction recorded far beyond Mali matters. The demand for its gold matters. The caravan system matters. Most of all, the spectacle of a ruler able to carry immense wealth across the desert and spend it in the most visible cities of his age matters. The legend grows because it has a foundation solid enough to dazzle those who encounter it. There is another reason the richness of Mali feels unusual. Great wealth is often imagined as something held behind walls, palace vaults, fortified cities, temples crowded with tribute ships arriving at imperial ports. Mali's treasure is spread over distances that seem almost impossible to master. Between the gold-bearing regions and Cairo lie grasslands, river passages, market settlements, salt lands, rock wastes, hostile stretches of sand, political borders, bandits' taxes, exhausted animals' thirst, and the small daily disasters capable of swallowing profit. Every grain of gold reaching the north is proof not only of mineral abundance, but of a human corridor operating across one of the most difficult environments on Earth. A bag of gold dust in a merchant's possession is condensed geography. It contains a riverbank, a miner's labour, a ruler's claim, a caravan leader's judgment, camel fodder, water calculations, and the quiet fear of dunes that offer no forgiveness. At the edge of the desert, a caravan preparing to depart must look less like a symbol of luxury than a carefully engineered act of survival. Camel loads are balanced, water is accounted for, salt cloth copper goods, foodstuffs, and gold occupy different places in a system of exchange that makes none of them trivial. Men study animals, weather rumours of safety, the condition of wells and the timing of departure. The sun does not care whether cargo is royal or ordinary. Sand does not part for imperial prestige. Mali's wealth can reach the wider world only because thousands of people perform hard, precise, largely unrecorded work. That is one of the stranger truths buried beneath the image of the Golden King. His fame depends on people whose names are mostly gone. And fame, when it comes, travels faster than accurate knowledge. In distant lands, reports of gold-rich rulers blend easily with marvels. Medieval geography is filled with true observations sitting beside exaggerations, borrowed rumours, and the yearning for places where wealth seems more abundant than hardship. Mali is real, its trade is real, its rulers are real, and its gold is real. But as the story moves outward, it begins to acquire a glow, almost brighter than the metal itself. A king from south of the Sahara can be remembered not only as powerful, but as a figure of overwhelming abundance, the man before whom gold loses some of its scarcity. That image will eventually cross seas as well as deserts. It will be painted onto maps. It will tempt imaginations hungry for a road toward the source. For now, however, the empire remains just beyond the horizon of those who receive its treasure. Picture a final handful of gold dust resting on a scale in a northern market. It is fine, heavy, unmistakable. No one looking at it can see the green edge of the rainy season, the Niger's floodplain, or the hidden workings of communities near southern goldfields. No one can hear the camels groaning under their loads, or the bargaining at the first market where metal enters the long road north. Yet all of that is inside its value. The wealth that astonishes Cairo does not begin in Cairo, and it does not begin with the famous king whose name history remembers. It begins in a landscape where river and savanna approach the desert, where gold can pass from earth to hand to root, from root to throne, and from throne into legend. Before Mali can send a golden shock through the wider world, a much older world of trade must already be waiting for it. The older world waiting for Mali has a name that can be confusing to modern ears. Long before the present-day nation of Ghana existed on the Gulf of Guinea, far inland and far to the northwest, an empire known to Arabic writers as Ghana, and remembered in Soninka tradition as Ouagadougou, commanded a crucial stretch of the Sahel. Its heartland lies in the region of southeastern Mauritania and western Mali, where grassland meets desert, and where any ruler able to secure the southern entrances to the caravan roads holds a remarkable advantage. Ghana is not the original source of most of the gold that makes it famous. Its strength comes from position. It stands between the gold-producing regions farther south and the merchants who arrive from the north with salt, copper, cloth horses, glassware, beads, books, and the wider commercial reach of the Islamic world. In this place, geography becomes revenue. A kingdom does not need to dig every grain from the earth if it can make that grain pass beneath its authority. By the time medieval writers begin describing Ghana in detail, the Sahara has already become something far more complex than a wall of sand. It remains dangerous enough to kill anyone who misunderstands it, but for merchants it has also become a vast shifting road system. The decisive animal in this transformation is the camel, introduced into North Africa centuries earlier and gradually made central to desert travel. Horses can carry men swiftly across suitable terrain, and donkeys serve well in many regions, but neither matches the camel's ability to cross long stretches of dry country under heavy loads. A single caravan may contain hundreds of animals. The greatest can become moving settlements, extended lines of swaying bodies, bales, leather water containers, guards, traders, servants, guides, and travellers stretched across the horizon. Their progress is slow, measured not by ambition, but by wells fodder heat and the endurance of animals. The desert offers no straight line drawn neatly on a map. Routes shift according to political security, the condition of oases, local alliances, raiding threats, and the seasonal calculation of when survival is least unlikely. From North Africa, merchants descend through desert entrepôts and oasis towns, carrying products whose value rises with every punishing mile. Among the most vital is salt. In the humid imagination of a person living near the sea, salt may appear ordinary, scattered without ceremony across food. In much of the interior it is essential and precious. Bodies labouring in heat require it. Herds require it. Food preservation depends upon it. In parts of the Sahara, salt is cut from deposits in heavy slabs blocks, pale as bone, and valuable enough to transport across landscapes where almost every additional burden must justify its own weight. Later sources will famously describe salt mines at Taghaza, where an almost impossible settlement survives amid glaring deposits and extreme isolation. But the trade in desert salt is older than Mali's imperial glory. It is one of the great north-south pulses of the region, salt descending toward the savanna and forest margins, gold moving upward toward the desert and Mediterranean worlds. The exchange is often simplified into an image of salt for gold, as if two silent caravans merely meet trade, one treasure for another, and vanish. Reality is denser and more human. Markets depend upon food, lodging credit interpreters, taxation, security. Local brokers transport animals, rivalries, and customs understood by those who participate in them. Copper travels south as bars or finished objects. Fine cloth announces status. Horses give rulers military advantages in regions where they can survive. Dates and manufactured goods arrive from the north. Ivory hides enslaved people, cola nuts from regions farther south, and gold move through overlapping networks. Not every traveller crosses the entire distance. Goods change hands repeatedly. A merchant in a Saharan town may know little of the communities that first produced gold, just as a gold trader near the southern edge of the network may never see the city where his metal is eventually minted into coin. The trade world is not a single road, but a chain of partial journeys, each link relying on trust, calculation, and power. Ghana's rulers grow wealthy by understanding that chain. Arabic accounts written from outside the empire describe royal taxation on goods entering and leaving the kingdom, particularly on salt and gold. Precise details are difficult to verify, and the numbers reported in medieval descriptions may reflect hearsay or political exaggeration. Yet the principle is credible and important. The king does not need to seize all commerce to profit immensely from it. By taking duties at strategic points, by protecting markets, and by commanding enough military force to make taxation meaningful, the court converts trade into royal power. Gold accumulates not as a random miracle, but as an income stream flowing through authority. The ruler's reputation then increases the safety and importance of the markets, which attracts more trade, which increases revenue again. In a landscape where routes can shift and loyalties can fracture, such control is never effortless. But for centuries Ghana manages it well enough to become famous far beyond its own borders. One of the most valuable descriptions comes from the 11th century Andalusi geographer al-Bakri, who never personally visited Ghana but assembled reports from merchants and earlier materials. His account describes a royal town and nearby a settlement associated with Muslim merchants, mosques, scholars, and trade. The king's court appears in striking contrast ceremonial, guarded rooted in local religious traditions and surrounded by visible symbols of authority. Modern archaeology has long wrestled with how directly surviving ruins can be matched to the towns described in medieval texts. The site of Kumbi Saleh, for example, contains substantial remains of stone-built occupation and Islamic commercial life, but the precise relationship between the archaeological settlement and the royal centre described by writers remains debated. The evidence remains incomplete. What it does reveal is a region neither isolated nor primitive, but tied into broad currents of exchange literacy, religion, craftsmanship, and political organisation. This matters because the wealth of West African empires is sometimes treated as though it surprises history by appearing suddenly with Mansa Musa, as if one exceptionally fortunate ruler discovers a hidden storehouse beneath the sands and walks into legend. But long before his reign, the Sahel is already connected to international commerce. Muslim merchants establish communities in trading towns, maintaining religious practice while operating within kingdoms whose courts often preserve older spiritual and political forms. Arabic becomes a language through which distant observers record portions of this world, though never the whole of it. North African demand for gold grows alongside the monetary needs of Islamic states and Mediterranean trade. The prosperity of Ghana proves that control of southern trade corridors can sustain a formidable empire. Mali will not invent this commercial universe. It will inherit, reshape, and eventually dominate a system whose paths have already been worn deep by generations of human feet and camel hooves. The wealth passing through Ghana also has a darker current. Among the goods moving northward are enslaved people taken through warfare raids, judicial punishment, tribute or purchase, and forced into long-distance systems of labour and sale. The medieval record tends to preserve the perspective of rulers and merchants more readily than the experience of those carried unwillingly across the desert. Their voices rarely reach the surviving texts, but their absence must not be mistaken for insignificance. Empire and trade create prosperity for some through burdens imposed on others. Caravans bearing gold and salt can also contain captives, walking into lives they did not choose. In later celebrations of wealthy kings and magnificent cities, this part of the economy is easier to ignore than the shimmer of metal, but it belongs to the same network. The grandeur of the Sahelian empires, like that of many powerful societies, is built from both remarkable human organization and profound human suffering. For the merchants who crossed the Sahara Ghana's world must have appeared as a threshold of transformation. After weeks or months of dryness, stone sand, and scarce water, the southern approach brings changes almost intimate in their intensity. Grass becomes more common. Herds appear in greater numbers. The air begins to carry signs of inhabited country. Grain can be purchased. Markets become louder and more varied. Languages shift. The things carried across the desert now meet the products of another environmental zone. It is here that salt slabs cut in a barren northern landscape can be exchanged within reach of regions where gold enters commerce from river soils and mineral-bearing ground. The immense contrast between the substances is part of their power. Pale desert salt, heavy and necessary. Yellow gold, compact and coveted, pulled from wetter lands beyond the Sahelian kingdom's immediate heartland. Ghana's prestige does not depend only upon trade. The court needs force alliances, tribute relationships, and sacred legitimacy. Soninka-speaking communities form the backbone of a political order remembered in oral traditions as ancient and powerful a realm associated with prosperity and later with loss. Like many early empires, Ghana is visible to history in uneven fragments. External writers emphasize gold rulers, Muslim merchants, and the things that interest long-distance trade. Oral traditions preserve memory through forms shaped by performance lineage symbolism and centuries of retelling. Archaeology recovers walls, houses, graves, workshops, imported objects and traces of settlement, without always revealing the names or intentions of those who used them. No single source tells the whole story. Together they make one fact difficult to dismiss. A major political and commercial civilization flourishes here before Mali, and the world already knows that the lands south of the Sahara contain wealth worth crossing a desert to reach. Yet no trading empire controls its position forever. Roots can bend around weakened authority. Drought can pressure communities and herds. Rival powers can seize towns or redirect tribute. Religious and military movements from the north can alter balances of power, though the old claim that a single Almoravid conquest abruptly destroyed Ghana is now treated with considerable caution by many scholars. The decline appears more complicated than one dramatic blow. Ghana weakens gradually across changing conditions while successor powers and regional rivals contend for the profitable spaces it once commanded. Its commercial world does not disappear with its political dominance. Caravans still require southern markets. Gold remains desirable. Salt still moves. Merchants still watch for rulers strong enough to guarantee roads and extract taxes without strangling exchange. The machinery of wealth survives the weakening of the kingdom that first made it famous. In the wide grasslands and trading settlements south of the desert, political opportunity begins to gather around that surviving machinery. Old roots remain like invisible rivers across the land. Gold continues to rise toward distant buyers. Traders continue to judge where protection is strongest and tolls most manageable. Communities remember the power Ghana once held even as its authority fragments. Somewhere within this unsettled inheritance among peoples, connected to the Niger lands and the Western gold trade, another centre of gravity is forming. It will not begin as the richest empire in the world. It will begin amid rivalry, remembered humiliation, uncertain alliances, and the remains of an older greatness. But it will have before it the lesson Ghana has already written across the Sahel. Whoever can bind land, river, gold, and caravan together can command a wealth that the desert itself cannot keep hidden. The old roads do not wait for a new master in silence. As Ghana's authority thins across the western Sahel, the lands linked to its former power do not settle into peaceful emptiness. They break into rival centres, tributary relationships, trading communities, old lineages defending their standing, and ambitious rulers looking toward the same prizes that once strengthened Ouagadougou: access to markets, influence over gold-bearing country, control of movement, and the right to command men in war. Farther south, closer to the upper Niger and the edges of the gold networks, small Manding kingdoms occupy a landscape of wooded savanna, open fields, streams, sacred groves, hunting territories and settlements, whose political importance may appear modest when viewed one by one. Yet these are not forgotten margins. They sit near the roots through which the next great concentration of power will rise. The empire later called Mali begins here not with an already golden throne, but with a region vulnerable enough to be conquered and valuable enough to be fought over. The central figure who emerges from this unsettled world is Sundiata Keita, also known through variations of his name as Sunjata or Marijata, the Lion Prince, whose life becomes one of West Africa's most enduring epics. The problem for any historian approaching him is immediately clear. Sundiata is both historical ruler and hero of oral tradition. His memory survives most richly through generations of griots, the specialist keepers and performers of genealogies, political memory, moral instruction and dynastic history. Their accounts are not mere inventions. They preserve deep knowledge of the society that carried them, but they are also shaped by performance symbolism, the needs of later courts, and the long work of turning a founder into the kind of figure an empire wishes to remember. Written Arabic sources confirm the existence of Mali's ruling lineage and the growth of its power, but they provide little of the intimate drama found in the epic. Scholars still debate which elements of Sundiata's story reflect identifiable events, and which belong to the language of political legend. Even so, behind the miraculous details and heroic patterns, a hard historical core stands out. During the 13th century. A Manding ruler defeats a dominant rival and establishes the foundation of Mali's imperial expansion. In the remembered story, Sundiata's beginning is deliberately unlikely. He is born to a mother whose appearance causes her to be underestimated, and he is a child slow to walk, mocked in a court where physical weakness can be treated as political prophecy. His father belongs to the rulers of a small kingdom often identified as Niani, or part of the Manding world. His family stands among several competing branches of authority. After his father's death, court rivalry turns dangerous. Sundiata and his mother leave, spending years in exile, while he grows into a leader capable of attracting loyalty beyond his birthright. These details arrive through an epic tradition, not a court archive written at the moment of events, and they must be approached carefully. Yet exile is an eloquent foundation myth for a new empire. It portrays the future ruler as someone who understands vulnerability, gathers allies outside the narrow circle of inheritance, and returns not simply to claim a throne but to restore a broken land. The ruler who overshadows Sundiata's early world is remembered as Sumanguru Kante, king of Sosso. Sosso appears after Ghana's weakening as one of the powers seeking mastery of the old commercial sphere. Sumanguru's image in Manding tradition is terrifying, a sorcerer king, a tyrant protected by occult power, a man surrounded by dread and secrecy. His private chamber is described with chilling supernatural objects, and his invincibility can be broken only when hidden knowledge reveals the weakness behind his apparent power. Such imagery tells us less about literal palace furnishings than about how a defeated enemy becomes remembered by those who survive him. Sumanguru is the ruler whose dominance must be explained not only as military control but as a kind of unnatural oppression, the darkness before rightful order returns. What can be said more cautiously is that Sosso was powerful, that its expansion brought Manding communities under pressure, and that resistance eventually gathered behind Sundiata. Why does this struggle matter beyond the fate of several small kingdoms? Because the Manding lands sit within reach of the commercial arteries that make large-scale power possible. A ruler who unites them is not merely adding villages to a ceremonial domain. He is positioning himself near the upper Niger system agricultural production populations, able to supply soldiers and labour and routes connected to the goldfields of the southwest. Control remains imperfect, often negotiated through vassalage, loyalty, tribute, marriage, and force, rather than through anything resembling a modern centralized administration. But the political map is beginning to favour whoever can turn scattered strength into a durable coalition. The prize is not yet the Mali of Mansa Musa, with its astonishing reputation across continents. The prize is the platform from which such a Mali could eventually exist. Around the year 1235, tradition places the decisive encounter at the Battle of Kirina. It is one of the founding moments of West African history, although its details cannot be recovered with the precision of a battle described by multiple contemporary witnesses. In the epic, the confrontation is filled with destiny. Exiled Sundiata returns at the head of allied forces. Sumanguru, feared as unbeatable, discovers that power built on terror can still fail. The battle breaks the authority of Soso and makes possible a new order under the Keita leadership. The battlefield itself has attracted debate, as has the precise scale and sequence of the conflict, but the political turning point is credible. Soso's supremacy gives way to a Manding-centered power that expands across territories tied to former Ghanaian trade and to the wealth of the south. Victory in a founding epic often appears sudden, as though one battle creates an empire in the time it takes dust to settle. In reality, Kyrene would have been a beginning rather than a completed transformation. Defeating a rival ruler does not immediately create secure roads, regular tribute-obedient provincial authorities, protected merchants, productive farmland, or loyal former enemies. Sundiata's challenge is to convert a wartime alliance into lasting political structure. Later oral accounts connect this process to an assembly at Kurukan-Fuga, sometimes presented as a foundational charter, organizing clans, social obligations, rights, professions, relations between groups, and the political order of the new Mali. This tradition is profoundly important in modern cultural memory, and it may preserve principles associated with the early empire. At the same time, historians must be cautious about treating its later recorded forms as a verbatim 13th century constitution. The memory of order can outlive the specific moment that inspired it, gaining new detail and meaning, as communities invoke the founder's authority. What the tradition expresses clearly is that Mali's rise is remembered not as conquest alone, but as reorganization after disorder. The empire does not celebrate merely the defeat of Soso. It celebrates the restoration of a world in which social roles, alliances, obligations, and authority can be made stable again. In a region linked by farming, hunting, pastoral movement, craft specialization, trade kinship, and war stability has economic force. A trader needs roads safer than those of a fragmented political landscape. Farmers need a reasonable expectation that their harvests will not simply be seized by every passing armed group. Gold-producing areas and the routes extending from them become more valuable when power can protect tax and negotiate rather than merely raid. An empire able to present itself as the guardian of order can draw strength from communities exhausted by rivalry, even while that same empire demands tribute and obedience. Sundiata's Mali may initially have been smaller and less tightly unified than later memory makes it appear. Empires do not emerge fully grown, and the boundary lines that modern maps draw around medieval states can create a false solidity. Authority radiates outward unevenly. Close to the ruler, obligations may be direct and personal. Farther away, local leaders retain substantial autonomy, so long as tribute flows and rebellion does not threaten the center. A town may acknowledge the emperor while managing much of its daily life according to its own customs. A gold-bearing region may fall within Mali's influence without being supervised in every act of extraction. Beyond those areas lie places where imperial reach grows faint, contested, or temporary. Yet this flexible arrangement is not weakness in itself. Across large distances with limited communication and challenging terrain, the capacity to combine direct power with layered allegiance can be exactly what allows an empire to grow. A surprising part of Sundiata's legacy is that the wealth most closely associated with his empire is not the most prominent theme in his epic. Gold is present in the larger world certainly, but the story is more concerned with legitimacy, loyalty, exile, kinship, spiritual force, spoken memory, and the proper arrangement of society. This is telling. Mali's founders do not need to imagine themselves simply as owners of riches. Wealth is meaningful because authority makes it durable. A king with gold but no allies can be robbed. A goldfield without protected roots may enrich local traders, but cannot easily sustain imperial grandeur. A court surrounded by treasure cannot survive if the social and political bonds beneath it collapse. The epic's insistence on rightful rule may therefore carry a practical truth. Before Mali could become famous for its gold, it needed to persuade people that the Keita order was stronger and more legitimate than the alternatives. After the victory over Soso Sundiata is credited with extending influence over territories that bring Mali closer to the gold trade and the roots once associated with Ghana. Some traditions depict the remnants of Ghana accepting his supremacy or becoming absorbed into the new political sphere. The precise pattern is uncertain, but the larger shift is unmistakable. Power is moving southward and eastward toward a new Manding imperial centre, one better positioned to draw on the upper Niger and on commercial access to gold. Ghana's older prestige does not simply vanish. Part of it is appropriated by Mali. The new empire enters a world already prepared to recognize the significance of the ruler who commands trade corridors between the desert and the source of the metal northern markets desire. The landscape itself gives this rise a particular texture. This is not an empire born on an ocean coast where ships gather beneath stone quays, nor in a compact river valley easily viewed from palace walls. It grows across long savanna distances through seasonal rain. Cultivated fields, ferries and paths, woodland margins, cattle, country river junctions, and towns connected as much by human memory as by constructed roads. Messages travel at the speed of mounted men or walking envoys. Tribute must be gathered and carried. Loyalty must be reinforced by ritual gift. Fear, family connection, reputation, and the visible consequence of rebellion. A new ruler's name travels from settlement to settlement before his officials can be present everywhere. Some people hear it as deliverance from Soso, others hear it as the arrival of new demands. Empires are rarely experienced in only one way. In the decades after Sundiata Mali begins the patient work of becoming more than the memory of a victorious prince. His successors inherit the advantages he assembled and the difficulties he did not erase. They face the challenge of succession, always dangerous in states where royal legitimacy may be shared among branches of an extended dynasty. They seek control over trade without driving it elsewhere. They press influence into neighbouring regions and toward commercial centres. They cultivate relations with Muslim merchants and scribes while presiding over a political world whose identity cannot be reduced to Islam alone. Mali's future cosmopolitan character is already being prepared, an empire rooted in Manding society and oral authority, yet increasingly linked to literate networks extending across the Sahara. The Lion Prince eventually passes from life into memory, and memory does what it so often does with founders. It enlarges him until his personal story becomes the story of a people and the explanation for an imperial age. That enlargement does not diminish his historical importance, it reveals it. A ruler who merely wins land can be replaced by another name. A ruler whose victory becomes the moral beginning of an entire political order leaves a different kind of mark. Sundiata's empire will change after him expanding under rulers who command more distant territories and more visible wealth than he may ever have controlled directly. Centuries later, the world beyond West Africa will remember Mansa Musa far more vividly, because gold carried in public spectacle impresses foreign chroniclers more readily than the difficult creation of a state. But Musa's caravan cannot exist without the earlier act of consolidation. There can be no king astonishing Cairo until there is an empire capable of placing its power behind him. And so the trail turns away from the battlefield where Soso falls and toward the physical structure of Mali itself. Conquest has opened the door, but rivers, farms, towns, ferries, tribute routes, and human movement will determine what passes through it. In the distance lies the Niger, not merely water in a dry continent, but a curving corridor of life, whose floodplain can feed, populations connect markets, carry boats, and draw the empire towards cities that will one day become names known across the world. Sundiata has made Mali possible. The river country will help make it rich. The river country does not announce itself with a single dramatic boundary. From the Manding heartland, power moves through a world of changing ground. Cultivated clearings, wooded savanna, seasonal streams, grazing areas, crossings guarded by local authority, and paths along which grain iron, livestock cloth information, and armed men travel. Then the Niger becomes impossible to ignore. It is one of Africa's great rivers, but its shape resists the simple expectations of geography. Rising in the highlands not far from the Atlantic coast, it does not take the shortest route to the sea. Instead, it runs inland northeastward, deeper into the continent toward the edge of the Sahara, before bending in a vast arc and finally turning southeast toward the Gulf of Guinea. For Mali, that strange inland journey is a gift of enormous consequence. The Niger carries water, fertile silt, fish boat settlement and trade into regions where rainfall is increasingly uncertain. A kingdom that reaches along its course gains more than territory. It gains the living spine of an empire. The wealth of Mali is often pictured in gold because gold is what dazzles distant observers. But an emperor cannot eat gold dust, and an army cannot march on splendid reputation alone. Behind every caravan able to depart for the north stands an agricultural world producing enough food to sustain towns, courts, travellers, animals, craftsmen, scholars, soldiers, boatmen, tax collectors, and the households upon which all of them depend. Along the Niger and its associated floodplains, the rhythm of human life is tied to the rise and retreat of water. When seasonal floods spread across low country, they transform stretches of dry-looking land into productive zones of fish pasture and cultivation. As the water withdraws, it leaves moisture and renewed soil behind. Farmers exploit different environments and different moments in the year, growing grains suited to local conditions and in suitable floodplain zones, cultivating rice traditions deeply rooted in West Africa itself. One lesser-known truth beneath the story of Mali's prosperity is that African rice was domesticated in West Africa long before any medieval emperor rode beneath a golden parasol. The river does not merely receive civilization from elsewhere. It supports knowledge and adaptation developed by generations of people who understand its moods. To govern such country is never as simple as placing a flag beside water. The Niger is an opportunity precisely because many communities already depend on it, and those communities possess their own leaders, fishing rights, farming claims, market connections, ritual authority, and local memory. Imperial expansion must deal with them sometimes through force, sometimes through tribute, sometimes through accommodation, and often through combinations that are difficult to recover from the surviving evidence. Mali's authority does not descend uniformly over every riverbank. It stretches through relationships. A chief who recognizes the Mansa may continue to govern local affairs. A settlement may send tribute, furnish warriors, or protect traffic in exchange for confirmation of its standing. Boatmen and traders may benefit from safer movement while also facing levies. Farmers may gain from reduced raiding in one generation and endure heavier demands in another. The empire's success lies partly in its ability to make these layered arrangements function across distance, without requiring the ruler to be physically present wherever his influence is claimed. The Niger also provides a kind of movement that overland travel cannot easily match. Roads of earth are vital, but loads carried by people or animals face strict limits of weight, speed, water, and fodder. Boats change the calculation. Canoes and larger craft can move goods. People fish grain tools and messages along river corridors connecting settlements that may otherwise be separated by punishing journeys across dry country. Navigation is not effortless. Currents, seasonal depths, channels, marshes, river hazards, and local knowledge all matter. Yet waterways reduce the cost of moving bulk goods and allow centres of population to support one another. An imperial court seeking tribute has reason to value a river along which surplus can travel. A merchant seeking markets has reason to follow a route where food and settlement appear more reliably than on open savanna tracks. A commander has reason to care about crossings, landing points, and towns able to provision men. The Niger is not simply a beautiful line beneath Mali's territory. It is infrastructure made by nature and maintained through human skill. Farther downstream, the river opens into one of the most remarkable landscapes of inland Africa, the inner Niger Delta, a broad region where water spreads into channels, pools, marshes, floodplains, islands, and seasonally transformed grazing and farming country. In the wet cycle, areas that appear harsh and dusty during the dry months can become a vast watery mosaic. Fish multiply in flooded environments. Herds later graze on renewed grasses. Communities organize their work around shifting access to land and water. Fishing peoples, farmers, pastoralists, artisans, and traders do not occupy completely separate worlds. Their livelihoods meet, overlap, cooperate, and clash in a landscape whose abundance must be negotiated. Long before Mali reaches the height of its fame, settlements in and around this wider river system demonstrate the capacity of the interior to sustain urban life and far-reaching commerce. The archaeological site of Geno near later Djenné shows that substantial settlement and regional trade flourished in the inland delta centuries before the Mali Empire. This is a crucial correction to the old fantasy of wealth, appearing only when outsiders arrive or when a famous ruler is first mentioned in written chronicles. The river country already possesses deep economic and urban histories of its own. As Mali grows, the Niger helps bind its Manding core to commercial regions farther east and northeast. This is not yet the full sweep of later imperial dominance, and exact sequences of annexation are difficult to establish. Medieval states expand unevenly, and their borders are often less like rigid lines than zones of influence, alliance, taxation, conflict, and occasional defiance. Still, what survives in the record suggests that the rulers succeeding Sundiata understand the significance of movement along and toward the river. Access to the Niger increases the empire's ability to reach productive lands and market centres. Influence over river-linked towns places Mali nearer the junction where goods from the southern interior meet goods arriving through Saharan exchange. Gold may supply the glamorous image of power, but river control supplies much of the practical ability to sustain and enlarge it. There is a quiet strategic logic in this. A ruler who dominates only the route north from gold country remains vulnerable to shortages, rebellion, and rival intermediaries. A ruler who also commands grain-producing zones, cattle corridors, fisheries, river transport, and populous market regions is harder to dislodge. Food feeds retainers and armies. Taxes collected in produce or goods support courts. River towns allow administration and trade to extend beyond a single centre. Ferries and crossings become points where authority can be enforced. Markets generate both revenue and information news of unrest. The arrival of foreign merchants, changes in prices, rival ambitions, or the weakening of distant provinces. An empire is not held together by royal commands alone. It survives through thousands of recurring exchanges, small acts of obedience, practical advantages, threats understood without being carried out every day, and the circulation of goods that gives people reasons, willing or unwilling, to remain within its orbit. For ordinary inhabitants of the river world, imperial growth would have been felt not as an abstract map, gradually changing colour, but as alterations in daily risk and obligation. A farmer near a productive floodplain may hear that a new authority now expects tribute. A boatman may encounter tolls or new protection at a crossing. A market trader may find roads safer enough for more buyers to appear, bringing greater opportunity along with new taxes. A fishing community may negotiate rights with officials representing a distant ruler whose court it will never see. Young men may be called into military service or become part of an armed following. Skilled metal workers, leather workers, potters, weavers, and builders may find their products drawn into widening demand. Empires are made visible in ceremonial capitals, but their deeper presence is experienced in quantities of grain, surrendered journeys made safer or more dangerous, and decisions about where families can live without being exposed to war. The river itself refuses to belong entirely to any emperor. Floods do not rise according to royal wishes. A weak seasonal cycle can reduce harvests and pasture, pressuring both communities and the demands imposed upon them. Too much water may be destructive. Too little can produce hunger migration or conflict over shrinking resources. Disease travels through inhabited and watery environments. Herds require movement and careful management. Boats can carry commerce, but they can also carry enemies. Local uprisings in riverine regions are difficult to suppress if imperial authority is stretched or disputed. Mali's rulers gain extraordinary advantages by extending toward the Niger, but they also take responsibility for a more complex and varied world than the Manding core alone. The strength of an empire expands along with the number of things that can go wrong. Nor is river power purely economic. Waterways shape ideas of centrality and connection. Towns positioned near routes of movement can become gathering places not only for merchandise but for beliefs, languages, craft methods, legal practices, and forms of learning. Muslim traders and clerics travel within the broader commercial network, establishing relationships in urban centers, while local traditions remain powerful throughout the empire. Royal authority can draw upon Islam in diplomacy and international reputation, without immediately erasing the older political and sacred structures through which communities understand legitimacy. This coexistence is neither perfectly peaceful nor neatly divided. It is part of Mali's character, a state growing from Manding foundations opening towards Saharan and Islamic worlds, and relying on routes where people carry more than goods. One of the strangest features of this empire is how much of its true architecture remains invisible to anyone seeking grand stone ruins alone. Mali is not without impressive construction, and later cities will leave monuments famous across the world, but much of the system that sustains it is made of things less likely to survive for centuries. River landings, earthen settlements, seasonal camps, granaries, fields, canoe routes, oral agreements, tribute journeys, market days, cattle tracks, ferries, and the social knowledge required to make all of them function. The empire's strength lives in motion. Its roads are worn into earth, its river highways continually shifting its obligations, remembered and renewed by people. Stone can endure while a state collapses. Networks can create immense power, while leaving more elusive traces behind. That is why Mali's early expansion can seem both clear in its consequences and hazy in its daily machinery. The outcome is visible, a formidable imperial realm tied to trade and wealth. The precise texture of how every village, chief merchant, and official fit into that realm is harder to retrieve. By extending through the Niger world, Mali no longer stands merely as the victorious kingdom that replaced Soso. It begins to command the resources required for endurance. Its rulers can draw on farming populations, river commerce, growing towns, military recruitment, and access to routes that carry wealth across regions. The court's power becomes broader than the memory of Sundiata's battlefield triumph. It is now anchored in landscapes that replenish themselves each year through flood and labour, through planted grain and hauled nets through boats, sliding over brown water under a sun that burns the banks pale in the dry season and disappears behind rain-heavy clouds when the waters return. And along those waters, from places not easily seen by northern chroniclers, another substance continues its quiet approach to imperial hands. It is washed from soils gathered from deposits traded through guarded knowledge and brought toward the roots now increasingly connected to Mali's authority. The river gives the empire life-food movement and reach. But farther along the network lies the metal that will give it its most enduring legend, gold, from lands whose secrecy is nearly as valuable as their abundance. Gold does not lie across Mali's landscape like a visible crown. It hides in places beyond the easy reach of royal courts and foreign merchants in river gravels and mineral-bearing soils in zones of woodland and savanna, where rainfall is stronger than in the drier imperial heartland, and where knowledge of the ground belongs first to the communities living upon it. From the Niger world, the paths of wealth lead southwest toward regions whose names travel far beyond them. Bambouk between the Senegal and Falémé river systems, and Bouré nearer the upper reaches of the Niger and its tributaries. To medieval merchants and chroniclers, these places become almost legendary as sources of the gold that brightens North African markets. To Mali's rulers, they are not simply treasure fields waiting to be emptied. They are politically sensitive landscapes inhabited, worked, negotiated with, guarded by distance, and made valuable precisely because no outsider can easily take full possession of them. The earth does not yield its wealth in the grand manner later imagination prefers. There are no endless underground halls filled with solid yellow metal, no effortless royal mines pouring treasure directly into palace vaults. Gold in this region is often gathered through patient labour, particularly from alluvial deposits, where weathering and water have loosened tiny particles from rock and carried them into stream beds and river sediments. Workers wash and sift material, separating heavy, bright grains from mud, gravel, and sand. The process rewards experience more than spectacle. A trained eye understands changes in soil, bends in streams, seasonal water levels, and the weight of promising sediment in the hand. A family or community may gather only modest amounts at a time, yet across many workers across favourable seasons, across connected gold zones, those modest amounts join a trade system capable of supplying kingdoms far beyond West Africa. That scale is part of the mystery. No one stand above Bambouk or Boer in the 13th or 14th century counting every grain, extracted recording every exchange, and leaving behind ledgers that modern historians can consult. Gold production is dispersed. Some of it enters royal channels, some passes through merchants, some remains within local economies, some may be concealed deliberately from officials or outsiders, and some is lost entirely to history because the people who handled it did not record their transactions in documents that survive. The evidence remains incomplete. When later generations call Mali unimaginably rich, they are responding to the visible effects of gold leaving the region, not to a complete measurement of what lay beneath the ground. This is why precise claims about the total value of Mali's gold must be treated with caution. The empire is enormously wealthy by the standards of its world, but its riches cannot be reduced to a reliable modern number. Even so, the goldfields matter because they alter the balance of power. Bambook has already been important before Mali's rise, feeding the commercial world linked to Ghana and the western caravan routes. Bora becomes especially significant as Mali expands and strengthens its position closer to the upper Niger. A ruler able to influence the lands around Bura gains access to a source of metal near the river-linked networks that sustain his state. This does not necessarily mean imperial officials stand over every washer or miner. Control in medieval West Africa is rarely so absolute. Mali may dominate the routes leading from gold-producing zones, claim tribute, regulate certain forms of exchange, protect favoured traders, impose royal rights over exceptional pieces, and use military power to discourage rival states from seizing the same advantage. Influence can be enough. In a world where commerce depends upon safety and political recognition, being the power through which gold most reliably moves is a form of possession more practical than attempting to occupy every stream bed. There is revealing tension in the reports that reach the wider world. Medieval descriptions often suggest that West African rulers maintained special claims over large gold nuggets, while ordinary trade relied heavily on gold dust. The exact operation of such royal rights is difficult to prove in every period and every territory, and reports about Ghana are sometimes carried forward in ways that blur distinctions with Mali. Yet the idea has a powerful logic. If unusually large nuggets are withdrawn from open trade and reserved for the ruler, the court preserves spectacular symbols of wealth while allowing gold dust to circulate through markets. The gold economy continues to function, but the most dramatic physical signs of abundance reinforce royal prestige. A nugget in a ruler's possession is more than precious metal. It is a political statement the land's exceptional gift rise toward the throne. Gold dust, however, is the substance that turns wonder into commerce. It can be divided, weighed, packed, carried, exchanged, and accumulated. Its very form makes it useful across distances. Unlike a magnificent nugget whose rarity advertises royal possession, dust passes quietly from hand to hand. A trader can carry great value in a small package. A tax can be assessed. A payment can be measured. A northern merchant can receive what he seeks without knowing precisely where each grain began its journey. Small balances and careful weights become tools through which distant landscapes connect to one another. The glimmering particles pulled from southern soils eventually find their way toward desert towns, North African workshops, treasuries and mints where their origin is transformed into coinage ornament, purchasing power, and political strength in places that may never see the rivers that produced them. The communities nearest the goldfields have strong reasons not to surrender all knowledge of their sources. Outsiders desire gold and rulers desire revenue, but miners and local traders depend upon retaining control of the information that gives them bargaining power. Accounts from the broader gold trade repeatedly carry a sense of guarded access. Merchants may reach trading points, may purchase gold, may learn the general direction from which it comes, yet the deepest knowledge of production remains protected. In later discussions of West African gold, the Wangara or Dula trading communities become associated with the movement of gold through commercial networks, often serving as skilled intermediaries whose expertise lies not only in travel, but in maintaining relationships across cultural and political frontiers. The precise organization of gold trade during Mali's earliest expansion cannot always be reconstructed, but the principle is clear. Wealth flows through people who know how to keep it flowing without making its source entirely vulnerable. That secrecy has often tempted outsiders into fantasy. A hidden gold country invites stories, rivers paved with metal mines guarded by strange customs, kings commanding unlimited treasure, unknown lands where gold is common as dust. Some accounts preserve genuine commercial intelligence. Others reflect rumour enlarged by distance. A merchant who has crossed the Sahara knows the value of protecting information from competitors. A ruler who receives gold as tribute has reasons to magnify the impression of abundance while disguising the vulnerabilities of the supply. A chronicler writing in a distant court can only assemble what travellers claim to have seen or heard. No single explanation fully accounts for the legends surrounding West African gold because they grow from real abundance, deliberate secrecy, commercial rivalry, and the human tendency to make unseen sources more marvellous than visible ones. For the people washing gold from sediment, the metal cannot have been purely marvellous. It is work. Water chills or warms according to season. Backs bend. Hands remain wet and gritty. The success of a day is uncertain. The labour may be performed alongside farming and other responsibilities rather than as an isolated occupation. Local rulers or powerful intermediaries may expect shares. Traders seek favourable exchanges. Imperial demands may be distant in person, yet unmistakable in consequence. A royal court's brilliance is built from repeated acts of extraction, too ordinary to be celebrated in descriptions of palaces and pilgrimages. This pattern belongs to many wealthy civilizations. The closer one approaches the source of treasure, the less it resembles luxury, and the more it resembles laborious negotiation, and lives shaped around resources other people covet. Gold also brings danger. A productive region attracts political pressure. Rival kingdoms may seek routes toward it. Armed groups may raid communities linked to its trade. An emperor may promise security while imposing tribute that changes local balances. Traders may bring desired goods and new opportunities, but they also draw attention to a region's wealth. The goldfields therefore exist within a constant tension between connection and protection. Isolation limits profit. Exposure threatens autonomy. Mali's achievement lies partly in making itself useful or unavoidable within that tension. Its expanding authority offers wider markets, and at least when imperial power is strong, the possibility of safer circulation. In return, wealth moves toward the court and through markets influenced by the empire. Yet this arrangement is never permanent by nature. If Mali weakens, gold does not vanish. It can begin moving along routes favoured by new powers. This helps explain why Mali's riches cannot be understood as a single royal hoard. The empire is wealthy because it sits astride living systems that continue to operate at many levels. Gold is found by workers and communities in producing regions. It enters exchange through local and long-distance merchants. It becomes taxable and politically meaningful when routes and markets fall under imperial influence. It provides rulers with gifts for allies, rewards for supporters, resources for diplomacy, and the means to display a generosity so grand that it appears almost supernatural to outsiders. But at no stage does the metal cease to depend on human decisions. Someone must know where to look. Someone must wash it free. Someone must carry it. Someone must judge its weight. Someone must accept the power demanding a portion of it, or calculate the danger of resisting. The goldfields also reveal a distinction between riches that can be seen and riches that can be sustained. A raiding army might seize stored gold once. A ruler might loot a rival treasury and appear briefly magnificent. Mali's deeper advantage comes from its relationship with places that continue producing wealth over time, joined to routes through which that wealth can circulate again and again. Bambouk and Bouré are not piles of treasure consumed in a single burst. They are sources within a recurring economic rhythm. Their yields may fluctuate, Political access may change, production may increase or fall for reasons no chronicle preserves. But as long as gold continues to emerge and Mali remains powerful enough to benefit from its movement, the empire possesses a resource capable of renewing royal splendor. The world beyond the Sahel becomes increasingly aware of that splendor without understanding its limits. North African merchants know that gold comes from the south, and powerful rulers know that control of gold strengthens coinage, trade, prestige, and war-making capacity. The metal from West Africa becomes part of economies far removed from its origins. It passes into a world where it can finance purchases, ornament sacred buildings, satisfy courts, and shape the impressions foreign writers form of African kingship. Yet those who admire the final gleam rarely grasp the fragility behind it. Rainfall in the producing lands, safety on the paths, agreements between local communities and imperial authority, confidence among merchants, and the political strength required to prevent competing rulers from drawing the gold away. Within Mali, the court can now look south and southwest toward regions of quiet extraction, and north toward a world eager to receive what they produce. Between those two directions lies imperial power, drawing sustenance from river country and magnificence from metal. Gold has become more than an object of trade. It is a language in which Mali can speak to distant civilizations that know nothing of its founding battles, its manding traditions, or the labor beside its streams. When that language is spoken at full volume, it will make one ruler famous beyond all others. But before the king can cross the desert in a display that stuns the wider world, the gold must travel through the ordinary difficult machinery of empire, joined by substances and lives just as essential to Mali's wealth, though far less likely to shine in memory. Gold gives Mali its radiance in distant memory, but no empire survives by radiance alone. Along the roads that converge upon its markets, wealth has many weights, many smells, many forms of human cost. Salt arrives pale and brittle, dragged from places so barren that the existence of life there can seem like an error of geography. Copper travels in bars and finished objects useful in ornament exchange and craft. Cloth folds into bundles whose texture and colour announce status long before a wearer speaks. Horses come south at considerable expense, valuable not because they are rare curiosities, but because where climate and disease permit them to live, they alter the speed and force of warfare. Grain-dried fish, leather hides, cola nuts, beads, books, and enslaved human beings all become part of the circulation that makes Mali rich. The empire shines in gold because gold survives beautifully in stories. Its real economy is rougher, heavier, and far more crowded. Salt is the most revealing companion to gold because it overturns the instinctive measure of value. Gold is desired because it is rare, portable, durable, beautiful, and recognized by courts and merchants across enormous distances. Salt is desired because life itself insists upon it. In the Sahel and lands farther south where heat drains bodies and livestock must be sustained, salt cannot be reduced to seasoning. It is a biological necessity, a preservative, a commodity worth transporting through brutal country. Far to the north and northeast of Mali's productive riverlands lie Saharan deposits, where salt can be cut from the earth in thick slabs. At Tagasa, famous in later centuries, salt mining creates one of the bleakest inhabited outposts in the trade world, a place of glaring mineral surfaces, scarce water, little local food and dwellings described as built in part from blocks of salt. Such descriptions come most vividly from periods after Mali's first rise, but they capture a long-standing reality. Some of the most important wealth in West African commerce is taken not from lush river valleys, but from landscapes barely capable of supporting the people ordered or compelled to work there. To bring salt southward requires a different kind of courage from the kind celebrated in royal epics. A caravan entering the Sahara does not defeat a single enemy and emerge victorious. It confronts repetition thirst measured day after day, the irritation of blowing sand injuries to animals, water skins that must not fail wells, whose condition may be uncertain, and a horizon that offers almost no visible proof of progress. Camels make this traffic possible on a large scale, but they do not make it easy. Each animal can carry heavy slabs or bales, yet it must be loaded with care, managed through fatigue, and kept moving according to routes understood by guides, whose knowledge is itself a form of wealth. A caravan may move at dawn, pause through punishing heat, continue as light softens and camp in a darkness so complete that the stars serve both as navigation and reminder of exposure. Salt bears no resemblance to treasure as it creaks southward upon exhausted animals. Only when it reaches communities that need it does its full value become clear. In some markets, the popular image of equal weights of salt and gold being exchanged has taken on a life of its own. It captures the dramatic contrast between desert necessity and southern metal, but it should not be treated as a universal price list for medieval West Africa. Values shift by location, season, supply, risk, taxation, and political conditions. Near salt deposits, salt is less rare. Far south, after a perilous journey, its price increases. Near gold-producing areas, gold may be more readily available than at a North African market, but that does not make it casually discarded. Merchants understand distance as a machine that transforms value. Every mile of risk added to a load adds weight to the negotiation when it arrives. Mali's rulers profit because their territories stand near the meeting points of these transformations, where one landscape's abundance answers another landscape's need. The markets through which these commodities move are not merely piles of goods waiting for exchange. They are human theatres of calculation. Traders inspect salt slabs for quality and breakage. Gold dust is weighed with careful balances because a difference almost invisible to the eye may matter greatly in price. Cloth is unfolded and assessed. Copper is considered for usefulness and prestige. Animals are examined for health and endurance. Interpreters and brokers help deals cross languages and social expectations. Local authorities enforce levies or settle disputes, sometimes fairly enough to make a market thrive, sometimes greedily enough to drive merchants toward alternatives. Food sellers profit from travellers. Smiths repair equipment. Leather workers replace straps. Guides gather rumours about roads, conflict, wells and tolls. An imperial economy can be imagined from the palace downward, but in practice it is recreated every day in market dust beside tethered animals, over small scales and guarded bundles. Among the most consequential goods arriving from the north are horses. In the great grassland belt south of the Sahara, mounted warriors can give rulers speed presence and shock in battle. A mounted elite can respond quickly to unrest, escort valuable traffic, raid rivals, or make royal power visible over wider distances than foot soldiers alone could cover. Yet horses in West Africa face ecological limits. In wetter regions, disease carried by tsetse flies threatens them. Maintaining imported or carefully bred animals demands resources, knowledge, and continued access to trade. A horse is therefore not only a military tool but a sign of the commercial strength required to obtain and preserve it. Gold can purchase horses, and horses can help enforce the authority that directs gold toward the court. In this way, wealth and military power reinforce one another, though never perfectly. A mounted force is expensive, and a ruler dependent upon it must continue feeding the network that keeps it alive. Copper tells another part of the story. It lacks gold's aura but possesses practical and symbolic importance. Brought south across the desert or moved through regional networks, copper and copper alloys can be worked into ornaments, vessels, fittings, and exchange items. Archaeological finds across West Africa show long-standing demand for imported metals and crafted goods, testifying to connections that written reports only partly describe. Cloth, too, carries more than physical usefulness. Fine textiles distinguish elites, provide gifts, clothe retainers, and serve as visible evidence that a court participates in far-reaching trade. The emperor's wealth is expressed not simply by storing gold, but by turning access to commodities into social hierarchy, rewarding loyalty marking rank, attracting followers, impressing envoys, and making dependence upon royal favour materially desirable. Then there are kola nut small objects with wide influence. Produced in forested regions farther south and traded northward, kola is prized for its stimulating qualities and its social uses. It helps travellers endure fatigue and becomes woven into hospitality and exchange. Its journey reminds us that Mali is not merely a gate between goldfields and the Sahara. It belongs to networks extending southward into forest zones, as well as northward into desert and Mediterranean worlds. Goods flow in multiple directions through many peoples whose lives cannot be compressed into the ambitions of a single empire. The same market that brings salt down from desert mines can receive kola from humid forests, gold from productive zones, fish and grain from river regions, and manufactured goods from distant northern cities. Mali's strength comes from occupying a central position within this astonishing ecological conversation. Yet one current through these networks darkens every celebration of commercial brilliance. Human beings are traded alongside salt horses, metal and cloth. Captives may be seized in war, taken in raids, demanded as tribute, or reduced to slavery through forms of dependency and punishment. Some remain within West Africa, labouring in households, agriculture courts, armies, craft production or other settings. Others are driven north across the Sahara into unfamiliar worlds. The numbers for specific periods are difficult to determine, and later evidence cannot simply be projected backward without caution. But enslavement is not a marginal feature invented by hostile outsiders to stain a wealthy empire's image. It is part of the region's political economy, as it is part of many powerful societies across medieval Eurasia and Africa. Imperial expansion creates captives. Demand for labour and status gives them commercial value. Roads that carry admired commodities can also carry people whose journeys are marked by terror rather than opportunity. Their suffering is easy to lose behind the spectacle of kings. Medieval chroniclers tend to notice rulers' mosques, merchant wealth, unusual customs and large movements of gold. They do not preserve the inner lives of most captives crossing under guard, carrying no control over where they will end. Yet the silence is not empty. Anyone forced across the Sahara faces the same hostile distances as a merchant, but without the merchant's reason for hope, bargaining power, or expectation of return. Some die on the road. Some survive into service far from the languages and communities of their birth. Some may be absorbed into households or military systems. Others remain commodities in a world that assigns value to their bodies and labour. Mali's greatness is historically real, but like the greatness of many empires, it is entangled with coercion. To tell only of golden caravans is to see the bright surface of the road while looking away from footprints that do not lead home. The empire benefits from trade not only by receiving goods, but by regulating the conditions under which trade can occur. Caravans prefer security, though they know security is never free. A ruler strong enough to patrol routes, discourage banditry, punish attacks, provide predictable levies, and maintain relationships with towns can make his lands attractive to commerce. Merchants may accept taxes when the alternative is robbery, unstable tolls, or roads made unusable by war. Mali's power therefore depends upon a delicate balance. Extract too little, and the court lacks resources to command respect and protection. Extract too much, and traders seek different routes, hide wealth, or support rivals promising better terms. A flourishing empire cannot simply devour the trade passing through it. It must keep that trade alive. That balancing act reaches into the most ordinary preparations. Before a caravan begins the northward crossing, loads must be assembled from weeks or months of transactions. Salt may have already completed a southward journey and been replaced in value by gold, ivory, hides, cola, or people. Animals require rest before the next ordeal. Water containers are repaired. A guide's services are secured through trust, reputation, or payment. Armed protection is arranged according to danger. News is exchanged about conflict in distant places because an emperor's succession dispute or a rebellion far along a road can alter the value of every load in a trader's possession. No merchant experiences the Mali Empire only as a royal name. He experiences it as the difference between a reliable market and a ruined expedition, between a tax paid once and a toll demanded repeatedly, between a protected well and an ambush beside it. From the court's perspective, every arriving and departing caravan confirms that Mali is becoming something larger than a regional kingdom. It is a hinge between environments. To the south and southwest lie gold and forest products. Along the Niger lie grain-fish towns, boats, and human density. To the north lie desert salts, copper horses, cloth literacy, religious networks, and the commercial cities beyond the Sahara. The ruler who can stand at the center of these movements gains more than treasure. He gains the ability to distribute scarce goods, attract specialists, equip warriors, support messengers, reward allies, conduct diplomacy, and make the empire appear stable enough for wealth to keep approaching it. Still, the system is never fully visible from the palace. Somewhere in the desert, a broken water skin may erase a merchant's fortune. Somewhere near the river, a poor flood can reduce the grain available for travelers and soldiers. Somewhere in gold country, a community may resist demands or redirect trade. Somewhere on a contested frontier, captives are being marched away as spoils of a conflict that imperial chronicles would describe only as expansion or tribute. The riches of Mali rise from these linked uncertainties. Its rulers inherit not an inexhaustible treasure chest, but a living network that must be persuaded, guarded, taxed, threatened, fed, and continually renewed. Gold remains the emblem because it condenses all of this into a single shining image. But when Mali's royal wealth begins to reach its greatest expression, it rests upon salt miners in desolate flats, camel drivers staring into empty horizons, farmers beside floodwater boatmen, reading channels, smiths working imported metal brokers, weighing dust soldiers protecting or coercing movement, and captives whose forced passage forms the darkest thread in the tapestry. Such a system cannot be governed through wealth alone. It requires a court, a political language, sacred authority officials, provincial relationships, and a ruler capable of convincing a vast and varied world that its goods, taxes, loyalties, and fears ultimately lead toward him. To gather gold, salt grain, horses, tribute, and human obedience into one imperial system requires something more elusive than wealth. It requires people to accept willingly or under pressure that authority exists beyond the nearest village, beyond the local chief, beyond the market town, beyond even the horizon familiar to their own lives. Mali has no telegraph, no paved imperial highways, no permanent officials stationed in every settlement, no central archive preserving the daily pulse of its rule. Its territory is too broad, its environments too varied, and travel too slow for command to descend from the throne in a constant uniform stream. The empire must therefore be held together through layers of power: royal relatives, allied rulers, governors, military commanders, tribute relationships, merchants, clerics, envoys, marriage ties, customary obligations, sacred reputation, and the knowledge that when persuasion fails, armed force may follow. At the center of this web sits the Mansa, a ruler whose greatness depends not simply upon what he owns, but upon how many different worlds recognize his claim to stand above them. The title itself carries the weight of sovereignty in the Manding political world. The Mansa is king, emperor, judge, distributor of favors, receiver of tribute, protector of order, an embodiment of a dynasty whose legitimacy reaches back towards Sundiata. Later rulers do not need to imitate every detail of the founder's life. They rule in the space his memory has created. The Keita lineage possesses authority because it is linked to the victory that broke Soso and reorganized the Manding world. Oral tradition matters here not as ornament but as political architecture. Genealogies identify rightful descent. Griots preserve histories of obligation and alliance, recalling who supported whom, which family carries which privilege, what past generosity demands in return, and what catastrophe followed those who broke the proper order. Spoken history is not merely entertainment at court. It can be a map of power recited in human voices instead of written on parchment. A royal court in Mali would have been a place where distance is made visible. Tribute arriving from different regions announces how far authority reaches. Gold dust suggests control over prize commercial flows. Salt speaks of Saharan connection. Fine textiles, copper goods, horses, weapons, leather cattle, grain, and enslaved attendants reveal not only abundance but access. Delegations and provincial leaders present themselves before the ruler. Each encounter reaffirming that local power exists within a greater hierarchy. Ceremonial display is not wasteful excess separated from the business of governing. It is part of government itself. In a world without newspapers or portraits circulated across a kingdom, magnificence instructs. A court rich enough to reward supporters, host visitors, dress retainers, receive tribute, and surround its ruler with carefully ordered ceremony, tells observers that this is a center worth serving and dangerous to oppose. Foreign descriptions of West African courts often dwell on spectacle. The king seated amid attendants' weapons, precious objects, richly dressed officials, and formal approaches by those seeking audience. Such accounts must be read carefully. Outsiders are naturally drawn to what appears unfamiliar or dramatic, and some may compress complex practices into scenes designed to impress readers far away. Yet ceremonial grandeur appears repeatedly because it answers an imperial need. A ruler whose power extends unevenly over hundreds of miles must continually perform his centrality. Subjects cannot all know him personally. Many may never see him at all. But local leaders who appear at court, merchants who carry reports of royal wealth envoys who witness the ordered hierarchy around the throne, and praise singers who transmit dynastic memory, spread an image of power through the empire. Reputation travels where soldiers cannot always remain. That reputation is supported by political flexibility. Mali does not govern every incorporated region as if it were a newly conquered district emptied of older authority. In many areas, existing rulers continue beneath imperial supremacy. They may send tribute to acknowledge the Mansa provide troops when demanded permit trade, or send sons and relatives into relationships of loyalty with the central court. This arrangement reduces the need to administer every community directly and allows Mali to extend its influence without destroying the local knowledge on which production and order depend. A provincial ruler who knows the land family's markets, disputes and seasonal pressures can be more useful as a subordinate than as a displaced enemy. But such delegation contains danger. Local leaders may grow ambitious. Tribute may fail to arrive. A distant province may calculate that the emperor is too occupied elsewhere to respond. The same looseness that allows rapid expansion can produce sudden fracture when central strength weakens. Royal power is therefore sustained by movement. Messengers travel with commands and reports. Officials or commanders appear to inspect, collect in force, or negotiate. Traders carry news whether they intend to or not. A market quickly learns when a ruler has died, when rival heirs struggle, when roads are insecure, when a province refuses tribute, or when a new campaign promises both danger and profit. Information is a commodity as valuable as many objects packed onto camels. The Mansa who receives reliable knowledge can respond before defiance spreads. The ruler surrounded by flattering silence may discover the weakness of his empire only when a rival already controls the route he assumed was secure. What survives in the record rarely permits a detailed reconstruction of Mali's information system, but no state commanding such distance could function without continual flows of intelligence carried by people. The emperor is also a sacred figure, though the nature of that sacredness changes and adapts as Mali becomes increasingly entangled with Islam. The empire grows within a manding world shaped by ancestral authority, ritual specialists, sacred places, protective powers, and political traditions older than the arrival of Muslim merchants. Islam has already been present in the wider commercial sphere for centuries, carried by traders, scholars, clerics, and diplomatic connections across the Sahara. Muslim communities exist in trading towns, and conversion among rulers offers important advantages: literacy through Arabic-speaking scribes, diplomatic recognition, participation in the religious world, linking North Africa to Mecca, and stronger ties with merchants whose networks help carry the wealth of the empire outward. Yet, a king's profession of Islam does not instantly remake the beliefs of every subject, nor does it necessarily sever him from local expectations of sacred kingship. Mali's rulers inhabit overlapping worlds. This overlap can appear contradictory only if religion is imagined as an immediate and absolute replacement of one system by another. In practice, royal life may include Muslim prayer connections with clerics, Islamic names or titles, generosity toward mosques, and respect from foreign Muslim writers, while authority within the empire still draws upon manding political customs and traditions that do not disappear simply because a ruler joins the wider Islamic community. A Mansa must be understood by northern visitors and by people in his own territories, many of whom may judge rulership through inherited ideas of protection, fertility, justice, ritual standing, and dynastic legitimacy. Some Muslim chroniclers view local customs with discomfort or disapproval, just as local communities may interpret imported religious practices through their own social experience. Mali's strength lies not in erasing all difference, but in allowing its rulers to stand at an intersection where different constituencies can see reasons to recognize them. The presence of Islam also brings writing more directly into imperial life. Arabic literacy offers practical powers. Letters can be composed. Accounts of rulers can travel through scholarly and commercial networks. Legal and religious specialists can advise courts and communities. Diplomatic relations with North African powers acquire a shared language of correspondence and belief. The empire becomes more legible to foreign writers precisely because its rulers, and urban centres participate in a network those writers understand. Yet literacy does not render oral knowledge obsolete. Many of the empire's deepest political memories, genealogies, local agreements, praise names, social obligations and interpretations of Sundiata's founding order continue through speech and performance. Written and oral worlds exist beside one another, each preserving what the other may overlook. Arabic chroniclers record famous pilgrimages and diplomatic impressions. Griots carry the emotional and political memory of families whose significance no distant geographer would recognize. One surprising aspect of Mali's governance is that its enormous fame rests on a court that remains frustratingly hard to locate, with absolute certainty in archaeological terms. Tradition strongly associates the early empire and its dynasty, with Niani often treated as an imperial capital in the Manding heartland. Archaeologists have explored sites in the region, and Niani holds immense importance in cultural memory. Yet the question of how permanently centralized Mali's rulers were, which places served as capitals at which moments, and how the royal court moved or occupied different centres is not fully settled. A medieval West African empire does not necessarily require a single stone-built capital, functioning like Rome or Constantinople. Courts may be mobile or seasonally responsive. Political centres may shift. Authority may reside as much in the ruler's presence and network as in monumental urban architecture. The evidence remains incomplete, but that incompleteness is itself instructive. Mali's power may have been less dependent on one enduring capital than on its ability to command routes, people, and regional centres across a vast country. The Mansa's relationship with merchants is especially delicate. Merchants bring revenue, foreign goods, news-learned contacts, and the outward movement of gold that creates Mali's international renown. They are valuable enough to protect and powerful enough to treat cautiously. A stable court can foster commerce by securing markets and routes, keeping taxation predictable, and granting favoured communities space to operate. Muslim traders may reside in their own quarters or towns while maintaining commercial ties with the royal authority. The ruler benefits from their reach but does not entirely control their loyalties. Traders are trained to recognize opportunity and danger, and they can redirect themselves when conditions become intolerable. A wise emperor does not confuse the ability to tax merchants with the ability to disregard them. At the same time, the court must demonstrate that wealth ultimately rises toward royal power. Tribute and taxes are not merely financial instruments, they are acknowledgements of hierarchy. When a subordinate ruler sends gold-grain livestock captives or other valuables, the act declares that his authority does not stand alone. When the Mansa distributes gifts in return, he displays a central truth of kingship power is shown not only by taking but by giving. Generosity binds followers, increases reputation, turns wealth into loyalty, and makes the ruler appear as the source from which prosperity flows. This logic will eventually reach its most astonishing public expression under Mansa Musa, whose gifts abroad become more famous than the machinery that made them possible. But the principle is already embedded in Mali's political world. A king stores treasure, an emperor makes treasure circulate in ways that enlarge his name. None of this removes the threat of violence. Ceremonial authority, sacred legitimacy, remembered ancestry, trade protection, and gift-giving work because they are backed by the capacity to punish defiance. Mali requires armed forces able to defend routes, suppress rebellions, expand influence, guard tribute, and ensure that rival powers do not sever the links between goldfields, river towns, and desert trade. Soldiers may include infantry archers, mounted elites where horses can be maintained provincial levies, and followers attached to leading men. the exact organization shifts over time and remains only partially visible in surviving sources. Yet an empire enriched by trade also attracts enemies. Every salt route, gold corridor, market town, and productive province worth taxing is worth contesting. Peace inside Mali is never simply the absence of war. It is the product of power sufficiently feared that open challenge seems unwise. For much of the world beyond West Africa, these complexities remain unseen. Foreign observers hear of a king rich in gold, a Muslim ruler, a great realm south of the desert, and cities tied to caravan trade. They rarely witness the negotiations with local chiefs, the spoken histories authorizing dynastic claims, the provincial compromises, the tensions between belief systems, the messengers riding through heat, or the careful distribution of rewards that prevents ambitious men from becoming rebellious men. Yet this hidden machinery is what allows Mali's rulers to inherit Sundiata's achievement and enlarge it across generations. Gold can attract attention. Only government can keep gold flowing toward the same throne long enough for a legend to form, and legends do not always follow the path expected of them. Among the rulers remembered before Mali's most famous emperor is one whose ambition seems to have turned not north across the familiar caravan roads, but west toward a horizon no Sahelian army could easily command. His story survives through a report given by the man who succeeds him, a story of ships, ocean currents, disappearance, and a throne left vacant by an expedition from which no king returned. In an empire built upon roads of sand and rivers of brown water, the next great mystery begins at the edge of an entirely different wilderness, the Atlantic Sea. The Atlantic lies beyond the western reaches of Mali like a second desert, but one without wells, caravan tracks, or dunes, by which an experienced guide can judge the road ahead. To an empire accustomed to measuring distance through rivers and overland routes, the sea presents a different kind of immensity. Its surface moves without keeping the marks of those who cross it. A caravan that disappears in the Sahara may leave bones abandoned loads, stories preserved at an oasis, or rumours carried by survivors. Ships lost beyond the horizon leave almost nothing for those waiting on shore but absence. And somewhere in the history of Mali before its most famous ruler carries the empire's wealth, northward toward Cairo and Mecca, a story emerges of a Mansa who looks west across that water and gives up his throne in pursuit of what might lie beyond it. The account reaches us not through a Manding epic describing the departure, not through records kept by shipbuilders on the coast, and not through an archaeological trace of a royal fleet. It is recorded in the 14th century by the Syrian historian Al-Umari, who gathers information about Mali after Mansa Musa's pilgrimage has made the West African Empire a subject of astonishment in the wider Islamic world. According to the report, when Musa is asked how he became ruler, he explains that the king before him did not believe the Atlantic had no limit. That predecessor sent out an expedition of vessels supplied with provisions and instructed not to return until they had reached the far side of the ocean or exhausted their resources. After a long interval, one ship comes back. Its captain claims that the fleet encountered a powerful current described as like a river in the sea, into which the other vessels entered and disappeared. The king, rather than abandoning the idea, prepares a far larger expedition, leaves Musa as deputy sails west himself, and never returns. Musa then becomes Mansa. It is a haunting story made more powerful by how little can be securely placed around it. The vanished ruler is often identified in modern retelling as Abu Bakr II or Abu Bakari II, but that naming is not straightforwardly supported by the surviving account. Mali's royal succession and the titles used in Arabic sources are complicated, and attempts to assign a precise name to Musa's predecessor involve uncertainties that popular versions often ignore. Even the supposed number of vessels has become inflated or simplified in later storytelling. Al-Umari records an account transmitted through Mansa Musa and interpreted through others. He's not reporting from the docks where any fleet departed. What survives in the record suggests that Musa gave or was understood to give an explanation for his accession, involving a predecessor's Atlantic venture. It does not supply independent proof of the expedition's scale, its departure point, its route, or its fate. Still, the story should not be dismissed merely because it unsettles expectations. West Africans were not people enclosed behind the Sahara, incapable of observing or using the Atlantic. Coastal and riverine societies had watercraft fishing knowledge, navigational experience along shores and estuaries, and commercial connections extending through regions under or near Mali's influence. The Senegal and Gambia river systems reach toward the ocean from lands entangled with broader, manding expansion and trade. Canoes and boats could be built with substantial skill. People who lived near waterways understood currents and winds in the environments most familiar to them. A powerful ruler might indeed have supported exploratory voyages or imagined greater possibilities beyond known coasts. Human beings have repeatedly looked at horizons and chosen risk even when practical rewards were uncertain. But imagining a voyage is not the same as demonstrating a transatlantic crossing. Over the centuries, the story of Mali's lost fleet has attracted elaborate claims that its sailors reached the Americas before Europeans established colonies, influenced indigenous civilizations, or left recognizable traces in art, language, or crops. These claims remain unsupported by convincing mainstream archaeological, genetic, linguistic, or historical evidence. No securely identified Malian artifact has been excavated in a pre-Columbian American context. No confirmed written or oral record from the Americas describes the arrival of a Mali fleet. Arguments built from perceived resemblance between sculptures, speculative readings of early European reports, or general assumptions about ocean currents do not establish contact. Scholars still debate the historical meaning of Al-Umari's account, but the evidence does not allow the vanished ruler to be transformed into a proven discoverer of another continent. The uncertainty is not a weakness in the story. It is the source of its gravity. A ruler may have sailed and perished within reach of the African coast. He may have launched an expedition that became exaggerated as it passed through retelling. He may have sought islands, trade possibilities, fishing grounds, prestige, religious or cosmological answers, or the satisfaction of disproving the idea that an ocean could be without end. His motivation cannot be recovered. The image that remains is simple. A king at the height of an empire's gathering strength turns away from the roots that already make his realm prosperous, and commits himself to a direction from which wealth has not yet returned. There is something strikingly un-Malian about the decision as remembered. The genius of Mali's rise lies in command of known networks. Sundiata's successors inherit roads established by centuries of exchange. Gold travels through routes whose dangers are severe but understood. Salt descends from mines already integrated into trade. The Niger supports settlement and movement through seasonal patterns generations have learned to read. Muslim merchants link the empire to literate and commercial worlds across the desert. Every important expansion of wealth so far depends upon tightening control over existing flows. The Atlantic expedition breaks that logic. It directs royal ambition into an unknown space that cannot yet promise taxes, markets tribute, or returning caravans. If the account is true in its core outline, the vanished ruler gambles not merely ships and sailors, but succession itself upon a horizon. Perhaps that is why Musa later tells the story. A king's rise to power often demands an explanation, especially when he was not necessarily expected to inherit at that moment. In the account attributed to Musa, he does not seize the throne from a living rival. He's appointed as deputy while the reigning Mansa departs, and when the Mansa fails to return, Musa lawfully succeeds him. This structure places Musa's accession within continuity rather than usurpation. It may be an entirely sincere recollection of an extraordinary event. It may also serve political purposes, explaining how a new ruler came to occupy the centre of an immensely powerful empire. Medieval rulers everywhere are careful about the stories through which their right to govern is understood. Mali is no exception. The men sent aboard those ships remain even harder to recover than the ruler who commands them. If an expedition occurs, its sailors and attendants are drawn from worlds shaped by rivers, coasts, fishing, warfare, obligation, perhaps enslavement, perhaps ambition. Some may volunteer in expectation of reward. Others may have little choice when a king orders departure. Provisions must be loaded water grain, perhaps dried foods and goods intended for survival or exchange. Craftsmen must make vessels fit for travel beyond familiar waters. Leaders must decide whether to hug a coastline or enter open ocean. The returned captain in Musa's account speaks of a current that draws ships onward. Off West Africa currents do exist that can carry vessels away from the coast into the wider Atlantic system, but knowing that such motion is physically possible does not tell us what happened to any particular lost expedition. The sea can carry, it can also scatter, starve, overturn, disorient, and destroy. Consider the psychological distance between the first fleet's departure and the single vessel's return. At the beginning there may be ceremony, royal confidence provisions stacked high, and speculation in the court about what discoveries will follow. Then there is no news. Months may pass. The empire continues around the silence because taxes, rivalries, trade, crops, provincial loyalties, and palace life do not pause for vanished sailors. When one captain finally appears, he does not bring an exotic court, new trading route, or proof of another shore. He brings a report of disappearance. For most rulers that would end the matter. For the predecessor described by Musa, it only deepens the compulsion. He places himself at the head of another fleet, leaving the richest pathways his kingdom already understands. For the great water road no one can guarantee will lead anywhere. Popular retellings tend to treat this as a heroic scene, a lost African Columbus setting out into suppressed history. But the actual possibility is darker and more human. This may be a story of royal obsession, of enormous resources poured into an undertaking that produces no known return, of sailors consumed by a ruler's certainty, and of an empire suddenly transferred to the deputy left behind. There is boldness in it, certainly. There may also be recklessness. Great states create the conditions in which their rulers can attempt extraordinary things, but they also bear the cost when royal ambition outruns evidence. Mali's wealth, organization, and command of people make such an expedition conceivable. Those same strengths could enable a disaster on a scale unavailable to a poorer king. Outside the court, the disappearance may have reached people only in fragments. A trader hears that the Mansa is gone toward the ocean. A provincial leader delays tribute while awaiting news of succession. A family connected to the expedition waits for someone who never walks back through the settlement. Griots and courtiers begin to frame what the absence means. Muslim advisors consider the legitimacy of the deputy who now takes power. Rival claimants measure their chances. The departure of a king is never just a personal journey. It opens a question over the empire itself, whether obligations sworn to one ruler remain binding when he has vanished beyond any possibility of command. Yet Mali does not appear to collapse into prolonged chaos at this moment. Whatever uncertainties surround the vanished predecessor, the throne passes to a man capable of ruling an already rich and expansive realm. Musa does not inherit an imaginary empire conjured by later fame. He inherits the political structure built since Sundiata, the river and market networks, the relationships with gold trade, the influence over commercial cities and routes, the royal traditions that lend authority to the Mansa, and the growing connections to the Islamic world. If his predecessor's Western venture represents a king risking the state's resources on the unknown, Musa's reign will demonstrate an almost opposite instinct. He will take Mali's existing wealth along a route the wider world recognizes perfectly northeastward, through the Sahara into Egypt toward the sacred cities of Islam. His journey will not vanish without trace. It will be observed, recorded, admired, criticized, and remembered for centuries. The lost fleet survives because it hangs at the threshold of that fame. Had Musa remained an obscure ruler, perhaps the story would never have reached a Syrian historian collecting reports from men who encountered Mali's dazzling reputation. Instead, the missing king becomes the shadow before the golden procession, the absent ruler whose failure opens the throne to the man who will make Mali visible on maps far beyond Africa. One Mansa travels toward an ocean that swallows his name into uncertainty. The next travels toward cities crowded with witnesses. Somewhere on the western horizon, the Atlantic still rolls toward the coast, with the same unconcern it showed in the 14th century. No ship emerges bearing an answer. No recovered royal standard identifies the final place where the expedition ended. The sea keeps its silence. Behind it in Mali, the empty throne does not remain empty. A new ruler takes his place at the center of the empire, and the gold flowing through his realm is about to become not merely wealth, but spectacle on a scale the medieval world cannot ignore. The throne that Musa takes is not waiting in an empty palace surrounded by uncertainty alone. It sits at the center of a functioning imperial world, rich in movement, burdened with obligation, and already extending farther than any single ruler could personally see. Somewhere beyond the western horizon, the previous Mansa has vanished into the Atlantic account that history cannot verify in full. Within Mali, however, authority must become visible again. Tribute cannot be sent to an absence forever. Commanders cannot remain unsure whose orders carry the force of empire. Provincial rulers, merchants, clerics, court families, and the guardians of dynastic memory all need a living center around which the political order can tighten. Musa steps into that center not as a wandering claimant trying to assemble a realm from ruins, but as the successor to generations of expansion. He inherits the victories attributed to Sundiata, the river country that feeds cities and armies, the gold routes whose metal already reaches northern markets, the desert commerce that brings salt horses, cloth copper and books, and the difficult machinery of allegiance that allows a Mansa's reputation to travel farther than his voice. Even his name reveals the layered world in which he rules. To Manding memory, he belongs to the line of the Mansas, the emperors of Mali. To Arabic writers, he becomes known as Musa, a Muslim name shared with the prophet Moses, and immediately legible to the scholars and officials of the Islamic world. His full identity appears in varying forms in surviving texts sometimes connected to the Keita dynasty, and sometimes obscured by the imperfect understanding of foreign chroniclers. What matters is clear enough: he is not merely a rich African king who happens to pass through Muslim lands. He is a Muslim ruler of a major West African empire, a man whose religious affiliation connects him to a world stretching from the Sahara to Egypt, Arabia, and beyond. In his reign, Mali's existing Islamic relationships will become far more visible abroad, not because Islam suddenly arrives with him, but because he has both the wealth and intention to express his kingship upon an international sacred stage. Musa's accession likely occurs around the beginning of the 14th century, commonly placed near 1312, although the exact chronology is assembled from later reports, rather than preserved in a complete royal archive. By then, Mali is already expanded beyond its original Manding foundation. Its rulers have gained influence over crucial trade corridors and productive territories. Towns linked to the Niger and the Saharan routes offer taxes, supplies, information, and prestige. The empire's reach is not perfectly stable or evenly administered, and no map of it should be imagined as a modern border secured in every mile by permanent officials. Yet it is powerful enough that when Musa becomes ruler, he commands resources capable of astonishing people accustomed to the wealth of old Mediterranean and Islamic cities. That capacity is not created overnight by his personality. It is the inheritance of a state that has spent decades turning geography into revenue and revenue into authority. Musa's first task is therefore preservation. A succession following the disappearance of a ruler could easily invite disorder. Royal families are rarely without competing ambitions, and a distant provincial authority may view transition as an opportunity to withhold tribute or expand its own independence. Merchants care less about ceremonial legitimacy than about whether roads remain secure and agreements remain meaningful. Gold producers and intermediaries do not continue directing wealth toward a court that appears unable to protect its claim. Musa must convince the empire that continuity survives the vanished king. His authority requires recognition from the court, from the dynastic tradition, from military forces, from subordinate rulers, and from communities whose taxes and trade make royal magnificence possible. The scarcity of detailed internal records means that the early acts of consolidation are largely hidden from us. No surviving chronicle offers a day-by-day description of how Musa secures the throne, but the strength visible later in his reign suggests that the transition does not leave Mali fatally weakened. Whatever tensions occurred, the new Mansa establishes control firmly enough to turn inherited wealth toward a project of extraordinary scale. He also inherits an empire in which royal generosity is political strategy. The Mansa's greatness is measured not only by the tribute entering his possession, but by what he can release from it without appearing diminished. He rewards allies, supports courtly households, honors religious figures, maintains armed power, receives envoys, and surrounds rulership with objects and ceremonies that make hierarchy visible. Wealth locked away is security. Wealth distributed under the ruler's name becomes reputation. Musa understands this principle with unusual force. His later fame is inseparable from generosity so excessive that foreign observers struggle to describe it without wonder. Yet such giving begins within the logic of Mali's court. To distribute resources is to announce that the source remains full. The ruler who gives lavishly does not appear poorer. He appears to possess a depth of abundance unavailable to ordinary men. That image depends upon the empire's gold, but it is supported by far more than gold. Musa's authority rests on farmers producing grain in productive regions, fishing communities, and boat traffic along the river, herders and horse keepers, artisans, soldiers, merchants, interpreters, salt workers, gold washers, officials, tribute bearers, and captives compelled into service or exchange. A royal journey of any great size must eventually draw upon food stores, transport animals, escorts, servants, gifts, and agreements for passage and resupply. The glittering surface of kingship is built from an enormous foundation of work. It is also built from inequality. Those nearest the throne see treasure arranged into ceremony. Those farther from it may experience imperial magnificence as tax is gathered. labor-demanded young men recruited or lives incorporated into systems they cannot refuse. Musa is remembered for magnificence, and rightly so, but his ability to be magnificent is inseparable from the empire's capacity to concentrate the production of countless less visible people. If material wealth gives Musa power, Islam gives him an avenue through which that power can be recognized far beyond Mali. The pilgrimage to Mecca is one of the central obligations of Muslim life for those able to undertake it. For a ruler, the journey carries personal, devotional, and political dimensions at once. A Mansur who makes the pilgrimage demonstrates piety before his subjects and before foreign Muslim communities. He places himself within the sacred geography of Islam, no longer merely receiving merchants and clerics from afar, but entering the routes leading to the holy cities himself. He can meet scholars, officials, rulers, and traders who might otherwise know Mali only as an elusive source of gold south of the desert. He can give AIM support religious institutions seek learning return with prestige, and strengthen the standing of Islam at his court. There is no need to reduce the decision to either sincere faith or worldly calculation. Medieval rulers, like people in every age, can act from several powerful motives at once. Musa's devotion and his imperial consciousness may have reinforced one another. The journey he contemplates is daunting even for a man of immense means. From Mali to Mecca lies a route measured not merely in miles but in environmental worlds. The royal party must leave the river-supported interior cross, or navigate toward the Sahara, endure desert distances, approach North Africa and Egypt, then continue through the lands leading toward the Red Sea and Arabia. A private pilgrim may carry little and depend heavily on caravans and charity. An emperor cannot move invisibly. His safety rank, household generosity, and diplomatic standing demand a far greater enterprise. Guards must accompany him. Attendants must serve the court in motion. Religious advisers and officials may travel with him. Animals must carry supplies and wealth. The procession must be provisioned across territories not ruled by Mali. Gifts must be prepared for rulers, dignitaries, clerics, hosts, and the poor. The act of pilgrimage is humble before God, but a king crossing foreign lands remains a king, and every public encounter becomes part of how his empire is judged. Musa is not the first West African ruler connected to the pilgrimage. Earlier rulers from the Sahel had embraced Islam, and according to surviving accounts, some had undertaken the journey to Mecca before him. This is important because it places his decision within an established history, rather than presenting it as a sudden opening of isolated Mali to the outside world. Muslim merchants, scholars, and pilgrims have long linked the Western Sudan, as Arabic writers called the land south of the Sahara, with North Africa and the broader Islamic world. What makes Musa different is not that he discovers the route or invents religious diplomacy. It is the scale upon which he will travel and the impression his wealth will leave in the places he passes. He belongs to a tradition of Muslim Sahelian rulers, but he will eclipse nearly all of them in international memory. At home, preparations for such a departure must touch every layer of courtly power. An emperor planning to leave his realm for an extended period must establish who manages affairs in his absence. The earlier disappearance of Musa's predecessor, at least as he later recounts it, gives this question a particular sharpness. Musa himself may have acquired the throne because a ruler departed and never returned. Now he intends to journey through dangerous distances where illness, accident, conflict, or desert disaster could create another succession crisis. He must trust deputies' secure loyalties and leave behind enough order that his absence does not invite fracture. The pilgrimage becomes a test not only of his wealth but of the empire's resilience. A weak state cannot easily allow its ruler to spend months away while carrying a visible portion of royal resources across foreign territory. What compels Musa to take that risk cannot be known in the private terms of his own mind. Perhaps he sees pilgrimage as the highest expression of his faith and his kingship. Perhaps he seeks religious merit, forgiveness, prestige, learned connections, diplomatic visibility, or all of these together. Later stories sometimes attach darker motives to royal pilgrimages, including the need to atone for grave acts, but such narratives are difficult to establish securely and may reflect familiar moral explanations applied to powerful rulers. No single explanation fully accounts for the decision. What can be seen is that Musa recognizes an opportunity no predecessor has used in quite the same way the wealth of Mali can cross the Sahara, not merely as commercial gold handled by merchants, but under the direct, unforgettable authorship of the emperor himself. That difference is enormous. For generations, northern markets have received West African gold, while the rulers behind its movement remain remote figures known imperfectly through traders' reports. The gold shines, but the king is distant. Musa intends to unite the two images. He will become the visible human source of the abundance already entering the wider world. Every gift he offers, every purchase he makes, every splendidly equipped attendant in his procession, every report of his courtly bearing will attach Mali's wealth to a name. The empire that has long been important to trade will become vivid to imagination. It is one thing for merchants to speak of a rich country beyond the desert. It is another for that country's ruler to arrive personally with enough gold to make seasoned observers repeat the story for decades. There is confidence in this plan, but also calculation. Musa is travelling through a world whose rulers possess their own hierarchies and pride. Egypt under the Mamluks is not a provincial market waiting open-mouthed for a foreign wonder. It is a major power with an elaborate court, a wealthy capital, and deep experience receiving visitors from across the Islamic world. The holy cities draw pilgrims of status from many lands. To move through these environments successfully, Musa must present himself neither as a subordinate outsider nor as an arrogant challenger, but as a wealthy, devout, legitimate monarch worthy of honour. His gold will help him speak that language. So will his conduct, his gifts, his adherence to religious expectations, and the disciplined display of the people travelling under his command. For the empire he leaves behind, his journey may carry different meanings. To some it confirms the Mansa's holiness and greatness. To others it is another demand upon the stores and labour of the realm. To merchants it may open possibilities as Mali's name becomes more valuable in northern commercial circles. To clerics it signals a ruler prepared to support stronger connections with Islamic learning and architecture. To provincial leaders it may be both impressive and unsettling, a public demonstration of resources so vast that rebellion seems foolish, but also an absence during which the strength of royal supervision can be quietly tested. Empires are not of one mind. A ruler's greatest act can inspire reverence, profit, resentment, and opportunism at the same time. At last the preparations move from intention toward departure. Gold that once passed north in measured commercial streams is assembled in extraordinary quantities for royal use. Attendants gather. Pack animals are assigned their burdens. Guards, officials, servants, scholars, and companions enter the orbit of a moving court. Supplies are calculated against distance, while the ruler's capacity for generosity seems designed to defeat calculation itself. Behind them lies the river country, the gold-bearing regions, the royal authority of the Keita line, and the silence of the Mansa who vanished westward. Ahead lies the desert, then the great cities whose chroniclers will finally see Mali's emperor with their own eyes. Musa has inherited one of the wealthiest realms of his age. By choosing the road to Mecca, he is about to turn that inheritance into a legend the wider world will never forget. The procession leaving Mali is not merely a group of pilgrims setting out toward a sacred destination. It is an empire made mobile. In its movement are gathered the visible signs of everything the previous generations have built: gold drawn from southern lands, food secured through productive country animals and equipment, assembled through trade-armed protection, supported by royal authority officials and attendants, shaped by courtly hierarchy, and a ruler confident enough to carry his reputation across the most unforgiving distances of his world. Behind the travellers, the Niger continues its seasonal life, markets continue to fill and empty, tribute continues to move, and provincial loyalties are tested by the absence of the emperor. Ahead of them lies the Sahara, wide enough to reduce human grandeur to a line of small figures moving between heat and sky. Yet Musa is not travelling in a way that permits anonymity. Wherever the procession passes, it announces that the ruler of Mali is coming, and that he comes with wealth on a scale few witnesses are prepared to forget. The numbers later attached to the pilgrimage are astonishing. Chroniclers report a retinue counted in the thousands, sometimes describing tens of thousands of attendants, soldiers, servants, officials, and dependents. They speak of many enslaved men dressed in fine garments and carrying staffs or quantities of gold of pack animals, bearing more gold of a royal entourage so expansive that it seems less like travel than the movement of an entire court. These figures should not be read as a perfectly verified census taken beside the caravan road. Medieval descriptions of royal magnificence often in large numbers, and reports gathered years later, may blend observation with reputation. The evidence remains incomplete. But even if individual totals are treated cautiously, the central truth remains. Musa's pilgrimage is exceptionally large, extraordinarily rich, and public enough to overwhelm the expectations of those who encounter it. This is not a rumour of gold passed from merchant to merchant. It is a spectacle deliberately carried through the world. In the early days of departure, the caravan still moves within landscapes shaped by Mali's own influence, or by communities accustomed to its power. Supplies can be assembled through relationships already understood. Officials know whom to approach. The name of the Mansa has meaning before he arrives. Yet as the procession presses northward, the conditions harden. Green becomes sparse. River-supported abundance gives way to settlements whose survival depends on wells trade and calculated stores. The imperial caravan must enter the same difficult environmental logic, faced by all desert travellers, no matter how splendid its leader. Gold cannot relieve thirst unless water is available to purchase. Rich garments cannot shade every exhausted animal. Rank cannot command a sandstorm to turn aside. Every large entourage increases the challenge, because every person requires water and nourishment. Every animal adds both carrying capacity and need, and every halt must be planned around resources that a smaller group might have found sufficient, but a royal caravan could consume rapidly. The very scale that makes Musa magnificent also makes his journey a feat of logistics. A moving court cannot simply wander from well to well, in the hope that each will provide enough. Routes must be known, agreements must be made, supplies must be secured in advance or purchased along the way. The caravan likely joins well-established pilgrimage and commercial corridors rather than creating a wholly new path through the desert. Merchants and travellers from the western Sahel have long moved northward, and Muslim pilgrims before Musa have already linked the lands south of the Sahara to Mecca. Yet few journeys place such pressure on the route. Wherever the ruler's party stops, the local economy must respond. Food, fodder, water, shelter, guides, animals, and services all rise suddenly in importance. Musa's gold gives him the means to obtain what he needs, but his presence may also unsettle ordinary exchange simply through the demands of grandeur. Imagine the caravan at the end of a desert day. The light fades from white glare into bronze, then purple, then the clean blackness of night over open country. Camels fold themselves into the sand beneath loads carefully removed or guarded. Cooking fires appear in clusters. Servants tend to the needs of high-ranking travellers, while guards maintain order at the edges of the camp. Religious obligations shape the day even in exhaustion. The pilgrimage is not only a diplomatic progress, but a sacred journey. Somewhere within the temporary city of tents, baggage animals and people, the ruler of Mali rests with gold close enough to require protection and distant cities drawing nearer. His empire is now stretched along the road behind him in memories, responsibilities and rumour. Each day that passes takes him farther from immediate command at home, and closer to the moment when outsiders will judge the wealth of Mali by what they see surrounding his person. North of the desert, reports of an extraordinary traveller may arrive before the man himself. Caravans are moving information systems. A party of unusual size cannot pass invisibly through important stopping places. Merchants carry stories forward a ruler from the lands of gold, a Muslim emperor travelling to Mecca, an entourage of remarkable splendour, gifts given freely, wealth carried in quantities that strain belief. Such reports must have been especially compelling in Egypt. Cairo is one of the greatest urban centres of the Islamic world, capital of the Mamluk Sultanate, positioned at a point of enormous religious, commercial and political significance. It receives merchants, envoys, scholars, soldiers and pilgrims from many lands. Its markets understand luxury. Its rulers understand ceremony. To impress Cairo requires more than being rich in one's own country. It requires appearing extraordinary in a city already familiar with power. When Musa enters Egypt in 1324, he comes into a realm governed by the Mamluk Sultan al-Nasir Muhammad, a ruler whose court observes protocol closely, and whose capital is capable of measuring foreign kings against a sophisticated standard of dignity. Cairo is dense, loud, cultivated, hierarchical and wealthy, filled with mosques, madrasas, markets, palaces, workshops, caravan traffic, religious officials, scholars and servants of an administrative state. The Nile sustains an urban world of a scale very different from the dispersed landscapes over which Mali's authority extends. The meeting between Musa's image of kingship and Egypt's image of imperial order is therefore more than an exchange of gifts. It is a confrontation of reputations. Mali possesses gold and immense prestige in its own sphere. Egypt possesses a capital whose chroniclers will determine how much of Musa's splendour becomes written memory. One famous element of the encounter concerns court etiquette. According to accounts preserved by later writers, Musa is expected to appear before the Sultan and perform the customary gesture of submission or respect, including kissing the ground before the ruler. For the Emperor of Mali, such an act presents a difficulty. He has not crossed a continent to appear as a lesser king stripped of sovereign dignity. The reports suggest reluctant negotiation and a resolution in which Musa frames his bowing as reverence to God rather than humiliation before another monarch. Details may have been polished in retelling, but the episode captures something believable about the encounter. Musa arrives as a pilgrim and a guest requiring passage and honourable reception in a powerful Muslim state. Yet he also arrives as the Mansur of Mali, accustomed to being the supreme source of authority in his own world. The art of his visit lies in entering Egypt's ceremonial order without allowing Mali's greatness to appear diminished. If any tension exists in protocol, gold quickly overwhelms it in public memory. Musa gives lavishly. He makes gifts to the Sultan and to officials. He offers alms. He rewards hosts and religious figures. He purchases goods and accommodations with little apparent interest in bargaining down the visible measure of his generosity. His followers spend as well. Gold that has travelled through Mali's systems of extraction, taxation, tribute and commerce now pours into Cairo under the name of the man who rules the source from which it came. The descriptions left by Egyptian and later writers are full of astonishment, not merely because Musa owns gold, but because he distributes it as though the act cannot endanger his fortune. The emperor seems to move through Cairo surrounded by an atmosphere of abundance, where every meeting is an opportunity to demonstrate that he possesses enough wealth to give magnificently and continue onward. The city responds as cities do when immense purchasing power suddenly arrives. Merchants sell to the wealthy foreigners, officials receive honours, people seek access to favour, prices reflect opportunity, stories multiply. Some observers admire Musa's piety and courtesy. Others notice that members of his entourage unfamiliar with local values or eager for luxury after a long road pay extravagant amounts for goods. Cairo does not merely receive Mali's ruler, it profits from him. In later recollections, Egyptian traders are said to have taken advantage of the visitors' spending, extracting high prices for clothing, lodgings, provisions, and other needs. Whether every such criticism is fair cannot be established. Foreign royal entourages often attract both welcome and exploitation. What matters is that Musa's procession creates an economic event as well as a ceremonial one. Gold moves suddenly and visibly into the hands of people who will remember its arrival. For Musa himself, generosity is not carelessness in the ordinary sense. It is part of how kingship works. The pilgrimage gives him an unparalleled stage upon which to distribute wealth, before audiences whose reports will travel through the literate Islamic world. To give in Cairo is to turn Mali's resources into international prestige. He presents himself as a devout ruler, capable of charity, a sovereign wealthy enough to honour a major court and a monarch whose distant empire cannot be dismissed as marginal, merely because it lies beyond the Sahara. Every gold gift carries a political message more durable than the metal's immediate use. Mali belongs among the great realms known to the Muslim world, and its emperor has arrived not as a curiosity but as a man of consequence. The religious dimension of his passage also matters. Musa is moving toward Mecca, and his wealth appears within the moral frame of pilgrimage, charity, devotion, and support for the faithful. He is not simply entering Cairo to display luxury for its own sake. Almsgiving carries spiritual weight. Gifts to clerics and religious institutions can be understood as acts of piety. The presence of a powerful Muslim ruler from far south of the Sahara expands the imagined map of Islam for those who see him. Mali may have been known to merchants and scholars before his arrival, but Musa makes its Muslim kingship impossible to overlook. He embodies a region that is both wealthy and connected to the sacred centre of the faith. His procession tells Cairo that Islam stretches through landscapes many of its residents know, mainly from traded gold and travellers' descriptions. The journey continues beyond Egypt. Musa and his entourage proceed toward the Hijaz and the holy city of Mecca, undertaking the rites that give the pilgrimage its central meaning. Surviving reports devote far greater attention to his passage through Cairo than to the personal experience of worship at Mecca, partly because Egyptian chroniclers are most detailed about what affects Egypt directly. Yet the completion of the pilgrimage strengthens Musa's standing immeasurably. He is no longer only a Muslim ruler intending to fulfill a sacred obligation. He is a Hajj, a ruler who has reached the holy places and returned with the prestige of completed devotion. During or around this journey, he encounters scholars, legal specialists, architects, poets, and men whose knowledge may be drawn into Mali's expanding cultural ambitions. His wealth gives him access. His pilgrimage gives that access religious and political purpose, On the return route, the magnificence of the outward journey encounters the limits of even royal abundance. Musa's extraordinary giving and spending have reduced the ready gold available to his party. Reports state that in Cairo he ultimately borrows gold at unfavourable terms despite having earlier distributed it with such freedom. This reversal has sometimes been interpreted as an attempt to remove gold from circulation and restore its value after his spending depressed the market. It may also reflect the practical needs of a ruler whose generosity exceeded the portable funds still at hand. The motives are not perfectly recoverable. What is striking is the image the man remembered as perhaps the wealthiest monarch of his age borrows on his return not because Mali has become poor, but because even extraordinary wealth can be dispersed during a journey whose scale is designed to display limitlessness. By then the display has succeeded beyond anything a gold balance could measure. Cairo has seen him. Officials and merchants have handled his gifts. Chroniclers have gathered accounts. The name of Mali is no longer attached only to remote supply routes and merchant rumour. It is attached to a king whose presence can be described his dignity, his devotion, his attendance, his gold, his spending, and the public shock of his generosity. Musa will return across the desert to the empire whose resources made the journey possible. But the story does not travel back with him alone. It remains in Egypt, passing from eyewitness to writer, from court memory to geographic description, from report to legend. The road to Mecca has done what the vanished Atlantic expedition could not. It has brought the ruler back into history surrounded by witnesses. Yet as Cairo counts the gold that Musa has left behind, the full consequence of his arrival is only beginning to take shape. Gold is valuable partly because it is scarce. When one emperor distributes too much of it in too short a time, even generosity can cast a long and complicated shadow over the markets that received it. Gold has a peculiar power over the imagination because it seems stable. Grain can rot, cloth can tear, animals can die, political promises can evaporate with a ruler's death, but gold endures. It does not rust into uselessness. It can be melted, weighed, hidden, divided, carried across deserts, offered to kings, paid to merchants, shaped into ornaments, or struck into coin. Its beauty suggests permanence, and its scarcity gives it authority. Yet scarcity is also the fragile secret beneath its value. A thing may remain physically unchanged while its price shifts according to how much of it is suddenly available and how urgently people wish to hold it. When Mansa Musa passes through Cairo distributing gold with a freedom that astonishes witnesses, he is not merely enriching individuals. He is disturbing the delicate relationship between abundance and worth. The Emperor of Mali does not need to conquer Egypt or command its markets to leave his mark upon them. He simply gives too magnificently. The famous consequence is usually stated in simple terms. Musa gave away so much gold in Cairo that he caused inflation and damaged the Egyptian economy for years. The broad claim has a basis in medieval reporting, but the details require caution. Much of what is repeated about the episode depends upon accounts written after the pilgrimage, including the work of Al-Umari, who visited Cairo roughly a decade after Musa's passage and collected recollections from people who remembered the event. Those memories emphasize that gold had become more plentiful and lost value after the Malian ruler's generosity. Later writers repeat and enlarge the impression. There is no surviving daily price ledger that allows the full impact to be measured month by month with modern economic precision. There is no secure calculation of exactly how much gold Musa distributed or how long every consequence lasted. Scholars still debate the scale and duration of the disruption, but there is good reason to accept the essential point: his arrival injected an unusual amount of gold into Cairo's commercial world, and people remembered its effect upon prices long after he had left. To understand why this matters, it is necessary to imagine gold not merely as treasure, but as part of a working system. In Mamluk Egypt, gold serves in coinage elite exchange, long-distance commerce, gifts, savings jewellery, government finance, and the transactions of a major urban civilization. Cairo is no provincial town with a handful of merchants easily overwhelmed by the purse of a travelling nobleman. It is a city accustomed to wealth moving through its markets. Yet even a sophisticated market can be altered when supply changes suddenly and dramatically. If gold becomes more available, the amount of goods it purchases can fall. In other words, those who already possess gold may find that their holdings command less than before. Merchants receiving Musa's gifts may initially rejoice, while money changers and those calculating exchange values notice that the yellow metal is no longer quite as dear. A royal act intended to display inexhaustible wealth thereby reveals something almost ironic. The more visibly Musa demonstrates his gold, the less precious each additional measure of it can become in the city receiving it. The effect should not be imagined as Cairo suddenly collapsing into economic ruin. Markets are complex, and medieval cities have many forms of wealth and exchange. Gold values interact with silver-copper coinage, imported goods, grain supply, state policy, commercial confidence, and the wider flows of Mediterranean and Red Sea trade. Musa's largesse is memorable because it changes one of the most prestigious measures of value, not because every baker's stall or household account can be traced directly to his hand. The language of later legend often turns an economic disturbance into a catastrophe, as though the emperor single-handedly destroys Egypt's prosperity by walking through its streets. That is not what the evidence securely demonstrates. What it does suggest is extraordinary enough. A visiting ruler from south of the Sahara influences the value of gold in one of the leading capitals of his age, and the memory of that influence becomes inseparable from his name. This incident transforms the meaning of Mali's wealth, until Musa West African gold travels north largely as a commercial current. Merchants understand its importance, rulers benefit from it, coins and ornaments embody it. Yet its origin remains somewhat remote, a southern abundance known more through trade than through the face of a monarch. Musa changes the relationship between source and spectacle. Gold is no longer simply arriving from Mali. Mali itself, personified by its emperor, has arrived bearing gold. In Cairo, the metal becomes a demonstration of imperial capacity. The shock is not only that Musa has treasure, it is that his realm can apparently release treasure at a rate that affects a market far beyond its borders. A foreign ruler may possess an impressive chest of gold through inheritance conquest or careful saving. Musa appears to possess access to the continuing abundance behind the chest, a land from which gold rises in quantities large enough that generosity can seem natural rather than dangerous. Yet even Musa encounters danger in his generosity. By the time he returns through Egypt after completing the pilgrimage reports, suggests that the lavish distribution and expenditure of his outward journey have left him in need of ready funds. He borrows gold from Cairo merchants accepting highly unfavourable terms. This reversal is almost too perfect as a moral tale. The king who floods the city with gold must later seek gold from those he enriched. Some later interpretations propose that Musa deliberately borrowed at high rates in order to withdraw part of the excess gold from circulation and help restore its value. It is an ingenious possibility presenting the emperor as a man attempting to correct the disturbance created by his own gifts. But the evidence does not allow confidence in such a carefully designed policy. It may simply be that the costs of travel ceremony, generosity purchases, and a huge entourage exceed even the portable resources he has brought with him, Mali remains wealthy. Musa on the road can still face a temporary shortage. A river may be vast, yet a traveller carrying water from it can empty his vessels. There is a deeper lesson in that image. The wealth of an empire is not the same as cash immediately available to its ruler at every place and moment. Mali's riches are rooted in goldfields, taxes, tribute trade routes, agricultural production authority over towns' labour, and the continued functioning of a political system thousands of miles from Cairo. Musa cannot carry the entire economic strength of his empire upon camels. What he carries is an immense but finite portion converted into gifts, purchases alms, salaries, supplies, and public demonstration as he travels. The very purpose of the journey encourages expenditure. A ruler crossing the Islamic world in splendour cannot preserve his reputation by clutching every measure of gold in silence. He must give, he must honour hosts, he must support his party, he must make devotion visible through charity and sovereign rank visible through generosity. His wealth is powerful because he spends it, and because he spends it, even he can reach the edge of what the caravan contains. For Cairo's merchants, the episode must have looked less like philosophical irony than opportunity. The presence of a wealthy foreign court creates immediate demand. Fine clothing, lodging provisions, animals, services, gifts, and luxury goods can be sold at elevated prices to travellers whose ruler has already declared through his behaviour that economy is not his primary public virtue. Some Egyptian recollections accuse members of Musa's party of being overcharged or manipulated. Perhaps merchants recognised that gold was flowing easily and adjusted their prices accordingly. Perhaps the visitors unused to local prices or determined to preserve the dignity of the pilgrimage accepted transactions that local buyers would have rejected. Such exchanges are common wherever wealth arrives, visibly among those ready to profit from it. The ruler who impresses a city with generosity may also make himself and his followers desirable targets for every clever dealer in that city. There is no reason to think Musa returns home humiliated by this. If he borrows gold, he does so as a king whose resources in Mali are more than sufficient to repay obligations once the imperial network again stands within reach. His reputation in foreign memory does not become that of a ruler reduced to poverty. Quite the opposite. The borrowing becomes a curious detail within a story still dominated by excess. Men remember that he gave so much that even a capital familiar with gold felt the consequences. A king who never gives beyond caution may retain a fuller travel chest, but he does not become the subject of chronicles, conversation and maps centuries later. Musa's extravagance succeeds at the level that matters most for imperial fame. He turns temporary financial imbalance into lasting historical visibility, but that visibility can distort. As stories of Musa's gold spread, the human and political complexity of Mali begins to narrow into one unforgettable image: the richest man in the world seated amid gold, ruling an empire whose ground seems almost incapable of withholding treasure. The truth is richer and less effortless. The gold Musa distributes has been separated from sediment by labour. It has moved through trade and taxation. It has depended upon roads safe enough for exchange rulers, strong enough to claim shares, food systems capable of supporting caravans, and a society in which wealth is concentrated at the summit of power. It has travelled alongside enslaved people, whose suffering is not redeemed by the beauty of the goods surrounding them. The economic shock in Cairo is evidence of Mali's extraordinary resources, but it is not evidence that those resources are infinite, equally shared, or extracted without cost. Nor should the gold episode be mistaken for the whole purpose of the pilgrimage. Musa has not crossed the desert simply to conduct an experiment in monetary disruption. He has fulfilled a sacred obligation, represented Mali before foreign courts, encountered scholars and officials, supported religious activity, and embedded his empire more deeply in the consciousness of the Islamic world. The market consequences are an unintended or at least secondary result of the scale upon which he expresses kingship and piety. His gifts matter because they exist within a journey toward Mecca, not an aimless parade of luxury. This religious context helps explain why observers react with a mixture of admiration and astonishment, rather than treating him only as an extravagant spender. His generosity can be understood as charity, devotion, diplomacy, and royal performance all at once. When he finally turns westward again toward Mali Musa, carries home more than the experience of pilgrimage. He returns with expanded reputation, and perhaps with scholars, legal specialists, architects' books, and refined ambitions for the cities under his authority. Later tradition associates his return with the development of mosques and centres of learning in places such as Gao and Timbuktu, though specific claims about individual buildings, architects and dates require careful treatment. The enduring pattern is clearer than every detail. Wealth that has made a spectacular impression abroad is increasingly directed toward the visible cultivation of religion, architecture, scholarship, and urban prestige at home. Gold does not simply leave Mali and disturb Cairo. It also comes back in altered form as connections, skills, texts, status, and new ways for the empire to represent itself. In Cairo, meanwhile, the memory settles into the markets like dust after a procession has passed. The visitors have gone, their camps are dismantled, their animals turned again toward long roads, their emperor moving out of sight. Yet gold remains in purses, treasuries, workshops, and calculations of value. Merchants speak of the profits made from the strangers. Officials remember gifts. Chroniclers hear that the king of Mali possessed an abundance almost impossible to credit, until its consequences were felt. Years later, people still tell Al-Umari that the value of gold had changed because Musa passed through Egypt. History rarely offers a clearer example of reputation taking material form. The emperor's fame is not built only from praise but from the remembered movement of prices. And while foreign observers continue to marvel at the riches of the Western Sudan, Musa's own attention turns toward what wealth can construct after spectacle has faded. Gold scattered in Cairo makes his name famous. Gold returned through empire can build institutions whose influence lasts differently. Walls of earth rising beneath the Sahelian sun, mosques filled with prayer scholars, gathering around books, manuscripts copied and carried, cities whose names come to represent not only trade but knowledge. The treasure that briefly unsettles a market is about to help shape a far quieter and more enduring wonder. The wonder that rises from Mali's wealth does not glitter in the same way as the gold Musa scattered through Cairo. It stands beneath a harsher light shaped from earth rather than marble, vulnerable to rain rather than armoured against it, and built in cities whose greatness depends on their ability to gather what long roads and river routes bring together. Among these cities, none will become more powerfully attached to the imagination than Timbuktu. Its name will one day pass into distant languages as a symbol of remoteness, a place almost too far away to be real. Yet in Musa's world, Timbuktu is not valuable because it lies beyond reach. It is valuable because it can be reached by desert travellers descending from the north, by caravans carrying salt, and books by merchants moving gold and cloth, by people approaching the Niger corridor, by scholars drawn toward patronage, debate, and religious life. The city stands near one of the great junctions of Mali's power, where commerce begins to take on the appearance of learning. Timbuktu's origin is wrapped in traditions shaped by later memory. It is commonly associated with Tuareg pastoral groups who used the site as a seasonal stopping place, perhaps entrusting goods or supplies to a woman remembered as Buktu, from whom the city's name is often explained. Whether every detail of this account can be confirmed is less important than the environment it evokes. Timbuktu does not begin as an imperial capital planned on untouched ground. It grows from movement people shifting between grazing lands and river-access desert, and savanna temporary encampment and permanent market. Its location near the Niger, though not directly upon the main river channel, allows it to benefit from waterborne commerce while remaining connected to Saharan caravan roads. The landscape around it is not forgiving. Sand advances, wood is scarce, rain is seasonal and destructive when it comes. Supplies must arrive through networks. Yet precisely because it occupies a difficult meeting point, the settlement becomes useful to those who need an exchange between worlds. By the time Musa returns from pilgrimage, Timbuktu has entered the political sphere of Mali, though the exact chronology of its incorporation and the details of royal activity there remain imperfectly known. Tradition connects Musa strongly with the city, especially through the building or restoration of a major mosque commonly associated with Jingareba. Later accounts attribute its design to Abu Ishaq al-Sahili, an Andalusi poet and cultivated court figure whom Musa is said to have encountered during his pilgrimage and brought back toward Mali. The image is compelling. An emperor returns from the sacred East, accompanied by a learned man from Al-Andalus, carrying new architectural vision into a wealthy African city. But scholars still debate how much al-Sahili personally transformed West African building traditions. Earthen monumental architecture already has local histories and technical knowledge. It is not a foreign invention deposited in the Sahel by a single visitor. What survives in the record suggests exchange and royal patronage, not the sudden birth of architecture in a society previously without it. The mosque associated with Musa's patronage expresses a different understanding of monumentality from the stone cathedrals, domed palaces, and marble religious complexes that so often dominate global images of the medieval world. Built in Banco and earthen material made from local soil and organic components, the structure belongs visibly to its environment. Its walls are massive, sculpted alive with irregular surfaces. Wooden beams project outward, serving not only as distinctive visual elements, but as practical supports for maintenance when rain damages the exterior plaster. A mud brick mosque is not fragile because its builders lack skill. It is resilient because maintenance is expected communal and built into the life of the structure. Rain may erode what sun has hardened, but people return to repair it, renew it, and keep the building present across generations. In that sense, earthen architecture mirrors the empire itself, more honestly than an image of unchanging gold. Its endurance does not come from escaping time, but from repeated human care. For Musa, religious construction serves several purposes at once. A great mosque gives visible form to his piety after the pilgrimage. It supports worship and the community of believers. It strengthens the standing of cities under Mali's authority. It shows visiting merchants and clerics that the empire's ruler is not merely the possessor of gold, but a patron of Islam whose generosity can be made permanent in public space. It also turns international prestige inward. The ruler whose gifts impressed Cairo can now cause the landscape of Mali to bear witness to his reign. A gift distributed abroad enters memory through stories. A mosque rising at home makes royal devotion part of a city's daily horizon. People pass it, pray in it, gather near it, repair it, and associate the ruler's name with an order intended to outlast a caravan. Timbuktu is not alone in this process. Musa's reign is also associated with building and patronage in Gao, an important city farther along the Niger world and connected to the rising strength of Songhai. Gao's political relationship with Mali is complex, involving conquest or submission during Mali's period of dominance and later independence as Songhai power increases. On Musa's return journey, accounts suggest that he passes through Gao and commissions a mosque there as well, again linking imperial presence, religious expression, and control over strategic urban centres. A ruler who builds in a city is making a claim as much as making an offering. The structure declares that his authority has reached this place, that its Muslim community stands within the orbit of his patronage, and that the wealth of Mali can be expressed along the river corridor as surely as in the distant streets of Cairo. But the most enduring association between Timbuktu and wealth is not a single mosque. It is the transformation of the city into a centre where books and scholars become treasures in their own right. Gold can buy manuscripts. Trade routes can carry paper ink legal texts, theological works, grammar books, commentaries, histories, medical writings, poetry, astronomy, mathematics, correspondence, and the intellectual habits of an interconnected Islamic world. A city prosperous enough to support scholars does not merely receive knowledge as a luxury imported from elsewhere. It produces readers, teachers, copyists, judges, students, commentators, libraries, family collections, and debates rooted in local society. Over time, Timbuktu becomes celebrated for learning, especially in later centuries, under conditions that extend beyond Musa and beyond Mali's political high point. It would be misleading to imagine that the full scholarly fame of 16th century Timbuktu appears instantly because Musa returns from pilgrimage with gold and architects. Yet his reign belongs to a decisive stage in the city's elevation, when imperial wealth, Islamic prestige, trade, and urban patronage converge in powerful ways. The manuscript culture later associated with Timbuktu reveals how deeply misleading it is to see medieval Africa only through resources extracted and exported. The city does not simply send gold outward while receiving civilization in return. It becomes one of the places where African scholars engage actively with law, theology, language, devotion, commerce, history, and the problems of their own societies. Manuscripts are copied by local hands, preserved within families, studied in schools, carried across regions, purchased as prized possessions, and sometimes hidden when warfare threatens them. Many of the surviving manuscript collections date from centuries after Mansa Musa, when Timbuktu's intellectual reputation grows under later rulers and scholarly families. Still, the conditions that enable such a tradition are connected to the commercial and religious worlds Mali helps strengthen. Prosperity can create leisure and patronage. Pilgrimage can deepen scholarly connections. Mosques can serve as anchors of teaching. A city on trade routes can attract minds as well as merchandise. Books themselves are commodities of unusual significance. A slab of salt is consumed. Gold can be melted and passed onward until its original form disappears. A manuscript may also travel, be bought, rebound, annotated, copied, inherited, or lost, but the knowledge within it can multiply. A wealthy merchant or scholar arriving from North Africa with books does not merely carry expensive objects. He brings arguments, interpretations, legal opinions, poetry, scientific traditions, and connections to teachers and cities beyond the desert. In a flourishing centre, those texts create further demand. Students require copies, judges consult legal traditions, families build libraries as forms of prestige and service. The trade in manuscripts becomes one sign that the wealth of the region is not measured solely by metal. A later visitor to Timbuktu would remark that books produced greater profit than many other goods sold there, an observation from a later age, but one that captures the city's extraordinary character. In a realm made famous by gold-written knowledge, becomes another substance people cross distances to possess. The scholars of Mali's urban world do not exist apart from the larger society that supports them. Their study depends on food grown elsewhere, merchants financing movement, artisans constructing buildings, scribes obtaining paper and rulers, or wealthy patrons able to endow religious and educational life. Nor does the growth of Islamic scholarship mean every inhabitant of Mali shares identical beliefs or participates equally in literate culture. Across the empire, older religious practices remain alive. Languages other than Arabic shape everyday experience. Farmers, herders, fishermen, craft specialists, and oral historians carry forms of knowledge rarely preserved in imported books. The image of Timbuktu as a city of manuscripts is true and magnificent, but it represents one important part of a far broader civilization. The spoken memory of Sundiata and the written commentary of a Muslim jurist belong to overlapping worlds, neither of which alone explains Mali. This coexistence is especially important because later myths often distort Timbuktu in opposite directions. One myth imagines it as a fantastical city of limitless treasure, where gold covers streets and wealth exists without work. Another reduces it to an isolated trading outpost whose intellectual life merely copies knowledge brought from outside Africa. Both fail. Timbuktu grows through difficult geography, hard labour, political patronage, commerce, religious commitment, scholarly ambition, and the ability of local communities to turn connections into their own institutions. It does not need streets of gold to be remarkable. Its true achievement is quieter and more durable in a region outsiders often misunderstand, as remote or barren people create a city where desert trade feeds, an intellectual culture recognized across vast distances. Musa's personal role in that culture must be described without making him solely responsible for everything that follows. He is a patron and an accelerant, not the author of all future greatness. A prosperous city depends upon communities already present. A mosque depends upon builders whose expertise is local as well as adaptive. Scholarly culture develops across generations through families and teachers who continue their work long after a king has died. Musa's fame draws attention to what royal wealth can sponsor, but kings often receive credit for achievements produced by many hands. The masons who shape earthen walls, the workers who carry water and prepare plaster, the scribes who copy texts, the merchants who study the teachers who spend their lives with students, and the citizens who maintain institutions make the city endure. The mansa can direct gold toward a building. A society must decide repeatedly to make that building and what it represents remain alive. There is also a political edge to scholarship. A ruler associated with Islamic learning gains legitimacy among Muslim subjects and international observers. Judges and clerics help organize urban life, settle disputes, advise elites, and connect local authority to respected traditions of law and belief. Educated secretaries and advisors can support correspondence and diplomacy. Scholars can praise rulers, criticize them, accept their gifts, or negotiate their own moral standing in relation to power. Patronage is rarely neutral. It binds knowledge and authority together in ways that can benefit both, but also create tension. A mosque founded or supported by an emperor proclaims his piety, yet the teachings voiced within religious spaces may carry standards by which rulers themselves are judged. Musa gains prestige through supporting Islam and learning, but he also aligns his kingship with a moral and intellectual world larger than his own command. As the years pass after the pilgrimage, Mali's name now carries several linked images. It is the realm whose gold astonished Cairo. It is the empire ruled by a Mansa who completed the journey to Mecca. It is a power controlling or influencing significant towns along the Niger and the Saharan commercial system. Increasingly, it is also associated with urban Muslim life mosques scholars, and the possibility that great wealth can be converted into a legacy other than consumption. The gold that lowered its own value in Egypt acquires a different value at home when it pays. Builders attract learning, sustains institutions, and raises cities into the memory of the wider world. At evening in Timbuktu, light withdraws from earthen walls slowly. The day's glare softens, the surfaces of mosques turn warm, then muted, then almost indistinguishable from the surrounding earth. Traders settle accounts. Animals are secured. A scholar closes a manuscript before darkness makes further reading difficult. Prayer gathers voices in a city whose existence depends upon roots running toward desert river gold country and distant sacred lands. Nothing in that scene needs to shine like Musa's gold to reveal imperial wealth. The richest expression of a civilization is not always the metal it can distribute in a foreign capital. Sometimes it is the place where people gather to remember to worship, to copy words by hand, and to build in vulnerable earth something strong enough to outlive the king who helped raise it. Yet distant lands do not see Timbuktu first in the quiet of evening, or through the hands of a copyist. They see Mali through reports, through wonder, and eventually through images drawn on maps. Musa's generosity has ensured that foreign imagination will seize upon one emblem above all others, a golden ruler seated at the edge of the known world, holding the wealth of Africa in his hand. Long before most Europeans could imagine reaching Mali, Mali had already reached Europe in the form most powerful at a distance, a story of gold. The story moves north, with merchants and pilgrims through Cairo and the Maghreb, along the Mediterranean coast into the conversations of sailors, rulers, map-makers, and men who measure the world by the commodities they hope to obtain from it. Somewhere beyond the sea lanes familiar to merchants, beyond North African ports and the formidable breadth of the Sahara, there is said to be a kingdom ruled by a sovereign whose wealth is so abundant that his passing altered the value of gold in Egypt. Such a report is difficult to ignore in a continent where kings require precious metal for coinage courts, diplomacy, church ornament, and war. Mali is far away, but distance does not weaken desire, it sharpens it. The less directly the source can be reached, the more powerfully it occupies imagination. In the 14th century, a map is not merely a tool for navigating coastlines. It is an argument about the world, what matters in it, who rules its distant spaces, where wealth lies, how sacred history and commercial knowledge fit together, and which unknown regions deserve attention. Medieval maps can combine practical coastal information with biblical places, exotic peoples, political symbols, animals, rivers, mountains, ports, and rulers known only through reported fame. They do not divide neatly into fact on one side and fantasy on the other. A mapmaker may possess highly reliable knowledge of Mediterranean harbours and only fragmentary intelligence about an inland African empire, yet place both within the same painted world because both matter to the viewer. In this setting, Mansa Musa becomes almost irresistibly mappable. He is not simply a foreign king. He is the king whose gold has given his realm a recognizable meaning to outsiders. The most famous surviving image appears in the Catalan Atlas produced on the island of Majorca in 1375, roughly half a century after Musa's pilgrimage. Created in a Mediterranean world shaped by Jewish, Christian, and Muslim knowledge networks, maritime commerce, royal patronage, and intense interest in routes to wealth. The atlas depicts a richly dressed black ruler seated in West Africa. He wears a golden crown and holds a large golden orb or nugget in his hand. Nearby, an inscription identifies him as Musa, Lord of the Black People of Guinea, and describes the abundance of gold found in his lands. The figure is both portrait and symbol, though almost certainly not a portrait drawn from life. The mapmaker does not need to know Musa's face. What matters is the idea that has become fixed around him, King Africa, gold, immeasurable richness. The image is remarkable not only for what it shows, but for what it proves about the journey of reputation. Musa has been dead for decades by the time the atlas is created. His pilgrimage has become history, then remembered history, then geographic knowledge. Gold handed out in Cairo passes into reports. Reports travel through commercial and scholarly routes. Those accounts reach the Mediterranean, and eventually a ruler in a distant island workshop becomes the visual anchor for an entire region. This is the afterlife of royal display. Musa could never personally walk into every court whose attention he wanted. He did something more efficient. He performed his wealth in places capable of writing, repeating, and transmitting what they saw. His gifts vanished into markets. His image remained. Yet the Catalan Atlas also reveals the danger of becoming famous for a single thing. Mali is rendered legible to foreign viewers through gold, and gold alone can flatten everything beneath it. The map cannot show the seasonal rise of the Niger, the patient washing of river sediment in gold-producing regions, the political compromises binding provincial rulers to the Mansa, the enslaved people carried through the trade system, the mosques maintained in earth, the oral historians preserving Sundiata's memory, the traders weighing salt against risk, or the scholars building intellectual lives in Sahelian cities. It shows the emperor holding a golden object because that is the part of Mali most meaningful to viewers seeking wealth from afar. The image is not false. It is incomplete in a way that becomes historically powerful. For centuries, people looking toward West Africa will be tempted to see first the treasure, and only later, if at all, the civilization that made its circulation possible. The map's very placement of Musa in the African interior must have carried a kind of magnetic force. Medieval Europe knows gold is entering Mediterranean commerce from lands beyond the Sahara. Access to that wealth, however, is controlled through Muslim North African networks and difficult desert trade far from the direct reach of Iberian or Italian ambitions. For Christian rulers and merchants, the source appears both tantalizing and obstructed. Gold exists. A famous African king possesses it. But between European desire and the king's country stand sea routes. Islamic commercial intermediaries desert geography, unfamiliar political powers, and enormous uncertainty. Maps do not overcome those barriers, but they make desire visible. The crowned figure holding gold is almost an invitation not necessarily intended as one by its makers, but easily interpreted as a destination toward which future ambition might turn. This matters because Europe in the later medieval period is not merely contemplating Africa from a safe distance. Mediterranean commerce already links regions through trade, diplomacy, war piracy, and religious rivalry. Majorca, where the atlas is produced, is a place where geographic knowledge has practical value, connected to Catalan and wider Mediterranean trading interests. Information about African gold is not idle wonder. It has commercial consequences. Gold supplies are deeply important to coinage and royal finance. The possibility of approaching sources more directly carries extraordinary promise. Musa's painted figure therefore belongs not only to the history of maps, but to the longer history of outsiders imagining how West African wealth might be accessed, redirected, or seized. To see this clearly is not to claim that one map or one king causes later European expansion along the African coast. History rarely turns on a single painted image. Portuguese voyages of the 15th century emerge from a mixture of maritime experience, royal strategy, crusading, ambition, trade, interests, competition, technology, geography, and the search for gold-enslaved people allies and access to routes beyond Muslim-controlled networks. But the fame of West African gold forms part of the mental and economic landscape within which those voyages become attractive. Mali and its neighbouring gold systems are already known imperfectly but compellingly as sources of immense wealth. When sailors later begin moving gradually down the Atlantic coast of Africa, they do so in a world where a golden king has long occupied the map of desire. There is a bitter irony here. Musa's pilgrimage is a statement of sovereign dignity. It tells foreign observers that Mali is powerful, devout, wealthy, and worthy of respect. The Catalan Atlas preserves that success magnificently. An African emperor appears enthroned not as an anonymous curiosity, but as a ruler whose wealth demands recognition. Yet foreign recognition does not always remain admiration. Knowledge of riches can invite connection, but it can also invite predation. To be placed on the map as the source of gold is to become visible to people who may seek exchange on favourable terms, direct access to resources, or control over the human and material traffic connected to them. Musa's fame enlarges Mali's prestige, but it also helps fasten West Africa to an external hunger that will grow more dangerous in centuries to come. For the 14th century map viewer, however, that future is not yet clear. What stands before him is marvel. The emperor is seated in formal majesty amid a continent European knowledge does not fully comprehend. His golden object is exaggerated in scale because it communicates the essential message instantly. This ruler's country possesses what kings everywhere desire. Nearby places and routes are interpreted according to the interests of those who draw and view the map. Africa becomes not a void, as later stereotypes often portray it, but a landscape of rulers, cities, deserts, trade, and material promise. In that respect, the Atlas preserves something important. Mali is not absent from the medieval world. It is part of it. Its ruler is known well enough to stand in a celebrated work of geographic art created far from his capital. The image also complicates modern assumptions about who was visible to whom. There is a tendency to imagine medieval West Africa as hidden, until Europeans arrive on its shores, as though the history of the region begins only when outsiders describe it in their own languages. Musa's painted presence exposes the weakness of that idea. Mali has long been communicating through gold pilgrimage merchants, scholars, diplomacy, and stories that cross environmental and religious boundaries. European knowledge is partial and distorted, but it is not based on total silence. The ruler of Mali is visible because his empire participates in networks that stretch across Africa and the Mediterranean. His image on a map is not a discovery of Mali by Europe. It is evidence that Mali has become too significant for Mediterranean observers to leave outside their picture of the world. Even so, the king on parchment is strangely motionless compared with the empire that made him famous. He sits forever holding gold as though the purpose of Mali is concentrated in that one object. He cannot show the changing fortunes of trade routes or the strain of succession. He cannot reveal that the towns under Mali's authority may resent, negotiate, or eventually resist imperial rule. He cannot point eastward along the Niger toward Gao, where a power now subordinated or contained will not remain forever beneath Mali's command. He cannot display how the very vastness that supplies tribute also makes control difficult. Maps preserve the height of reputation more easily than the first signs of weakness. A painted emperor can remain magnificent long after political reality has begun to shift. Musa's fame may even conceal the problem from those looking from outside. A ruler so wealthy, an empire so celebrated a realm, capable of leaving gold's value shaken in Cairo and of appearing on European maps as a source of abundance, such a power can seem almost permanent. Yet the structures supporting Mali require constant attention. Gold corridors must remain accessible. provincial rulers must remain loyal. Saharan routes must remain favourable. Towns along the Niger must accept the Mansa's supremacy. Successors must possess enough authority to prevent royal rivalry from tearing at the centre. Enemies must be held back without exhausting the resources meant to support the empire. Musa's wealth announces what Mali has achieved. It cannot guarantee that later rulers will command the same obedience. There is another subtle danger in overwhelming prestige. A great ruler can become a standard his successors struggle to meet. Musa's public generosity, religious stature, international visibility and building patronage raise expectations of Malian kingship to an almost impossible height. To follow a founder like Sundiata is to inherit sacred political memory. To follow a ruler like Musa is to inherit comparison with a man whose name has travelled across the known world. A successor may command real wealth and still appear diminished beside the emperor whose pilgrimage became legend. Provincial leaders, foreign powers, merchants, and rival dynastic branches may detect weakness more readily after the reign of a king who made strength seem limitless. The brighter the summit, the more visible the descent can become. In distant workshops, none of that instability disturbs the golden figure. Pigment dries. The map is unfolded before patrons and navigators. Fingers trace coastlines, islands, deserts, cities, kings, and routes of possibility. There, in the interior of West Africa, Musa remains seated with gold raised in his hand, an emperor converted into a promise. The picture captures the truth that Mali is immensely rich, connected and internationally significant. It also begins a misunderstanding that will cling to the empire that its greatness can be held in a single golden sphere rather than in the vast and vulnerable human system from which that sphere has come. For even while the painted king fixes Mali in foreign imagination at the height of abundance, the living empire must confront time. Musa cannot reign forever. The roads he secured can be contested. The towns he patronized can pass into other hands. The gold he made famous can enrich rivals if authority shifts. Along the Niger and across the desert edges, forces are waiting not for Mali's legend to fade, but for its grip to loosen. The world has drawn a golden king. The empire beneath that image is about to discover that wealth can make a realm famous long after it has ceased to make it safe. A painted empire never loses a province. It never waits for tribute that does not arrive, never receives news that a governor has changed allegiance, never discovers that a city protected for generations now prefers another master. On parchment, Musa remains forever rich, forever seated, forever holding the golden promise of Mali in one calm hand. In the living world, his death removes the one figure whose reputation has become large enough to conceal how difficult the empire is to hold together. Wealth has made Mali famous, but fame is not the same as stability. The realm stretches across distances that demand constant negotiation and force from manding heartlands and gold routes to river cities and desert-facing trade centres, through populations joined to the Mansa by different degrees of loyalty, advantage, fear and memory. Under an exceptionally powerful ruler, such variety can appear as imperial grandeur. Under weaker or contested successors, it becomes a map of possible fractures. The exact year of Musa's death is not entirely secure, though his reign appears to end in the 1330s. His successors inherit an empire still formidable, still rich and still known across the wider world. Mali does not collapse the moment the Golden King disappears. That would be too clean and too dramatic. Great empires often decline not in one catastrophic fall, but through a long erosion of certainty. A ruler dies. A successor lacks the same prestige. A provincial dependency tests its freedom. A distant city changes hands. A trade route becomes less secure. Another king briefly restores authority, but the old ease of command never fully returns. Events that may seem separate at the time gradually reveal themselves as parts of the same transformation. The empire remains powerful enough to matter, but it becomes less capable of deciding events everywhere at once. Succession is one of the most persistent dangers. Mali's dynasty is not simply a single unbroken line in which each ruler passes a perfectly secure throne to one undisputed son. Royal kinship creates legitimacy, but it also creates competitors. Brothers, sons, nephews, court factions, military leaders, and powerful provincial figures may all possess reasons to support one claimant over another. In an empire where the Mansa's personal authority helps bind distant relationships together, uncertainty at the center travels outward quickly. A local ruler who pays tribute willingly to a feared and generous emperor may hesitate when two men claim that emperor's place. A commander may use a succession struggle to enlarge his own standing. Merchants may divert traffic from roads endangered by conflict. Enemies watching from beyond the imperial core may see not private family drama, but an opening. The generations after Musa include rulers whose reigns are difficult to reconstruct in full, partly because the surviving sources observe Mali unevenly and often from outside. Some names and sequences appear in Arabic accounts. Some memories persist through oral tradition. Neither gives a continuous record of every crisis. Musa's brother Sulayman, who rules in the middle decades of the 14th century, appears in the account of the traveller Ibn Battuta, who visits Mali in the 1350s. Ibn Battuta's description is valuable precisely because it shows that Mali remains a significant organized state after Musa. He observes royal ceremony security in the realm Muslim religious practice at court and an emperor still able to command respect. Yet his report also suggests a different impression from the dazzling extravagance associated with Musa. Sulayman is remembered as more restrained, less generous in the eyes of a traveller accustomed to receiving gifts from rulers. That judgment may reveal as much about Ibn Battuta's expectations as about Mali's actual prosperity, but it captures the burden of following a legendary predecessor. A king can govern a strong empire and still seem diminished, because he does not scatter gold in the manner of the ruler whose wealth became a world-famous story. Ibn Battuta also preserves glimpses of political tension. He records court intrigue involving royal women and challenges around authority details that are difficult to interpret completely, but that remind us the court is not a tranquil centre of unquestioned loyalty. Palace politics matter because the palace stands above a vast network already difficult to maintain. Every dispute near the throne raises doubts in territories far away. Even during a period when royal justice and road security continue to impress a foreign visitor, the possibility of internal disruption is present. The Mansa may sit in ceremony, surrounded by symbols of control, yet beyond the ordered court lie provinces and dependencies constantly measuring whether the empire is still strong enough to reward obedience and punish defiance. Among the most important places to watch is Gao, far to the east along the Niger Bend. Gao has its own deep history, its own rulers, its own commercial importance and its own ambitions. Mali's dominance over it during the imperial high point gives the Mansa access to a major urban and trading centre linked to trans-Saharan traffic. But incorporation into an empire does not erase local political identity. The Songhai people and their rulers do not cease to possess a history merely because Mali becomes stronger for a time. Under Musa, Gao may be compelled into the imperial orbit. After his reign as central power becomes less commanding, Songhai independence strengthens. What had been a valuable eastern possession becomes the centre of a rival state, capable not only of escaping Mali's authority, but eventually of taking much of the commercial and political world Mali once commanded. This change is not simply a matter of one city rebelling. Gao's importance grows from its position within the same kind of geographic logic that once favoured Mali. It lies on the Niger, connected to productive land's river movement markets, and routes northward into the Sahara. A rising Songhai state can draw upon resources and commercial pathways that make expansion possible. When Mali fails to hold the eastern river cities securely, it does not merely lose prestige. It loses access to parts of the network that turn imperial claims into revenue. A rival power occupying those junctions can collect taxes, attract merchants' control crossings, and project armed force through the river world. Empires often decline not because their resources cease to exist, but because another state becomes better positioned to command them. To the north, the desert margins bring another pressure. Tuareg groups skilled in the harsh movement and politics of Saharan and Sahelian environments exert influence over routes and towns that Mali values intensely. Timbuktu, whose connection to Musa and to later scholarship gives it such lasting fame, does not remain securely in Malian hands forever. In the 15th century, Tuareg control of Timbuktu signals the weakening of Mali's grip over a city that once embodied the union of imperial gold desert trade, Islamic learning and royal patronage. The loss is both practical and symbolic. Timbuktu is not the whole empire, nor is it yet at the full intellectual height it will reach under later conditions, but to lose it means to lose a strategic northern-facing point in the network through which salt goods scholars and desert commerce move. Mali's wealth was built by reaching toward such crossroads. Its decline becomes visible when these crossroads can no longer be retained. The Sahara remains what it has always been, dangerous, demanding, but not loyal to any empire. Caravans seek routes where commerce is safest and most profitable. If Mali's protection weakens, if tolls become unpredictable, if towns fall under rival rulers, or if new centres offer better access, trade can shift. Gold itself does not swear allegiance to the descendants of Sundiata. It will travel through the hands and corridors best able to connect production with buyers. Salt does not insist upon entering Malian markets if other destinations become stronger. Merchants are often among the first to sense political decline, not because they control history alone, but because their survival depends on evaluating it quickly. A court may continue performing magnificence while the roads quietly begin favouring its competitors, nor is gold production fixed forever in precisely the same pattern. The western goldfields that enriched Ghana and Mali remain important, but new or increasingly significant sources farther east and south can alter the geography of exchange over time. The gold trade associated with Akan regions, for example, will become more prominent in later centuries, while Atlantic coastal commerce eventually changes the orientation of external demand. These transformations do not erase Mali immediately, and they should not be projected backward as the single cause of its 14th and 15th century difficulties. Yet they reveal the broader vulnerability of an empire whose fame is so tightly attached to commanding the movement of valuable resources. When commercial gravity shifts, political power built upon older corridors must adapt or contract. The gold-bearing lands themselves may also resist the impression that Mali owns them permanently. Imperial authority over producing areas is never a matter of sealing treasure inside a royal chamber. It depends upon influence over communities, traders' routes, and rival political actors. A distant court weakened by disputed succession or military losses cannot expect gold to continue flowing through the same channels out of respect for past glory. In regions where local rulers possess alternatives, imperial demands may be refused or redirected. The less effective Mali becomes at protecting and organizing commerce, the more tribute begins to resemble an unwanted burden, rather than the price of belonging to a profitable order. The metal that once strengthened the Mansa can slip away grain by grain, not because the mines vanish, but because obedience does. At the human level, decline does not look like an arrow falling on a historian's chart. It means insecurity returning to roads that had seemed safe. It means towns waiting to see whose soldiers will arrive first. It means farmers exposed to raids or heavier taxation as competing powers seek resources. It means traders recalculating journeys their fathers may have taken with confidence. It means families attached to the old imperial court discovering that their name commands less fear in a province no longer eager to obey. It can also mean opportunity for those who experienced Mali not as a source of stability, but as an overlord. A local ruler no longer sending tribute may call the same event liberation that a court historian would call rebellion. An empire's contraction is grief at the centre, and sometimes relief at the edges. For enslaved people and captives, political upheaval often offers little safety. War, rebellion, raiding, and expanding rival states can create more captives rather than fewer. The fall of one imperial order does not automatically release those forced into labour or trade. It may simply redirect the violence through which people are seized and used. As Songhai rises and the commercial worlds of the Sahel continue under new dominance, many of the structures that enriched Mali endure in altered hands, including systems of coercion. Gold and scholarship are not the only legacies transferred between empires. So are taxation, military force hierarchy, and the ability of powerful people to turn vulnerable lives into resources. Mali is not without recovery or resistance. Later Mansas continue to rule, and the empire does not disappear in one sweep before its rivals. Its Manding heartlands remain important. Its royal tradition remains meaningful. Its name continues to carry prestige, and some territories remain connected to its authority long after the height of Musa's reign. At moments, rulers seek to reassert control, maintain diplomatic relationships, or confront rising enemies. In the 16th century, Mali still exists while Songhai reaches its own tremendous imperial peak. The older empire has contracted, but it has not become a ghost. This prolonged survival is important. It prevents the story from turning into a simple morality play in which lavish spending leads instantly to ruin. Musa's gifts in Cairo do not bankrupt Mali into collapse. The empire weakens through the accumulated pressure of succession problems, overstretched authority, regional rivalry, shifting control of trade centres, and the emergence of powers capable of mastering the same landscapes that once favoured Mali. The greatest of those rivals is Songhai. From its centre at Gao, Songhai expands under rulers whose ambitions become increasingly difficult for Mali to contain. By the 15th century, especially under Sunni Ali, Songhai captures key cities including Timbuktu and Jenne, building a river-based empire of immense reach. This is an almost cruel reversal of history. The Niger corridor that helped make Mali strong now supports the expansion of the power that eclipses it. The commercial cities once drawn into Mali's orbit are gathered into a different imperial system. Scholars, traders, farmers, boatmen, soldiers and captives continue living beneath the pressures and opportunities of a great state, but the name attached to supremacy changes. Mali does not lose because its world becomes worthless. It loses because its world remains valuable enough for a rival to fight successfully for it. Beyond Songhai, changing contact along the Atlantic coast adds another layer of disturbance. Portuguese sailors begin probing down the West African coastline in the 15th century, seeking gold trade, strategic advantage, Christian allies and human captives. Their arrival does not suddenly bypass all Saharan commerce or directly destroy Mali. Inland and desert-connected systems remain powerful. But Atlantic trade introduces a new direction in which commodities and violence can move one increasingly significant over time. The sea that had swallowed or at least concealed the mysterious expedition of Musa's predecessor now becomes a frontier of outside intrusion. A horizon once associated with a vanished African king gradually fills with ships sent by European rulers seeking access to Africa's wealth on their own terms. The map image of a golden ruler is no longer merely an expression of wonder. It belongs to a world learning how desire can become approach. By then, the memory of Musa only intensifies the contrast. Under him, Mali appeared capable of reshaping foreign markets with the surplus of its gold. Under later pressures, the empire struggles to prevent cities' roots and dependencies from entering rival hands. Yet it would be a mistake to imagine that the wealth was therefore an illusion. The fracture of a rich empire does not prove it was never rich. Often it proves the opposite. The more productive and strategically valuable its territories are, the more powerfully they attract competition. Mali's gold river towns, trade networks, and prestige provide the resources of greatness. They also ensure that weakness will be challenged quickly and relentlessly. Eventually, the court that once sent an emperor across the Sahara with a procession of gold can no longer command the same map of obedience. The empire shrinks toward regions closer to its Manding foundation. Its name survives, its ruling traditions endure, and the memory of its high age becomes part of the identity carried forward by peoples whose history cannot be reduced to rise and fall. Timbuktu enters other political worlds. Gao becomes the center of Songhai greatness. The gold roots continue altered, but not silenced. The desert still receives caravans. The Niger still floods and retreats. Wealth has moved onward through new hands, as wealth almost always does. What remains is a strange imbalance between memory and power. Mali's political dominance fades, but its most famous ruler grows larger in global imagination. Musa remains on maps and in chronicles long after later kings struggled to defend what he once ruled. The empire's fall does not erase its legend. It sharpens the mystery behind it. Was this truly the richest empire ever, or merely the empire fortunate enough to have its riches displayed at the unforgettable moment when foreign witnesses were ready to record them? The answer cannot lie in a single golden image, nor in the broken outline of lost territories. It lies somewhere between the dust of its roads, the labour at its goldfields, the manuscripts of its cities, the reports of astonished outsiders, and the living memory of a world whose value was never fully counted while it still stood at its height. The question survives because it resists being settled. The richest empire ever. The phrase invites a contest of numbers, as though the wealth of vanished civilizations can be arranged on a modern list, their treasuries converted into a single currency, their rulers ranked beside industrial magnates and financial dynasties. In that contest, Mansa Musa is often placed at the top, assigned fortunes so enormous that they appear almost beyond arithmetic. But Mali's true legacy cannot be captured by pretending that a medieval emperor possessed a modern bank account whose balance has merely been lost. His wealth was land and allegiance, gold access and tribute safe roads and armed force river harvests, and caravan taxes, enslaved labour and royal privilege grain stores and gifts, mosques and horses, reputation and fear. It was a system rather than a sum. To ask exactly how rich Musa was is to ask a real question, in a language his world cannot fully answer. What can be answered is more important. Mali commanded extraordinary resources. It stood close to major gold-producing regions and influenced the routes by which gold entered trans-Saharan commerce. Its rulers drew wealth from exchange between ecological worlds, salt from the desert grain, and fish from river country forest, products from the south, horses and manufactured goods from the north, gold passing outward into markets hungry for it. Under Musa, enough of that wealth could be gathered, carried, and distributed abroad to astonish Cairo, to enter the memories of officials and merchants, and to become a fixed point in foreign accounts of Africa. His pilgrimage was not the invention of a later age. Neither was the gold that made it extraordinary. Whatever exaggerations accumulated around the story, they accumulated around a core of real imperial abundance. Yet no surviving source tells us the annual revenue of Mali in terms that allow clean comparison with Rome, the Mongol Empire, Mughal India, Imperial China, or later colonial and industrial states. Different empires are rich in different ways. One may command immense agricultural populations and tax them in grain. Another may dominate silver mines or maritime trade. Another may possess enormous territory but struggle to turn distance into usable revenue. Mali's riches were especially spectacular because gold is compact, beautiful, universally desired, and easy for observers to recognize as wealth. A ruler carrying grain might feed thousands without becoming legendary abroad. A ruler carrying gold appears to carry sunlight made solid. Musa's fame is therefore both evidence and distortion. It tells us that Mali was immensely wealthy, but it also tells us that the form of its wealth was unusually suited to becoming a story. The gold itself has often overshadowed the people and landscapes from which it emerged. In Bambouk and Bure, metal entered human hands through knowledge of earth and water, through labour repeated season after season, through communities whose relationship to imperial authority could involve advantage, pressure, concealment, and negotiation. Along the Niger, farmers and fishing peoples sustained an economy that gold alone could never support. In desert mines and caravan camps, workers and travellers carried the trade through conditions that no courtly image conveys. In markets, brokers weighed dust, interpreters crossed languages, artisans transformed imported materials, and officials turned movement into revenue. In war and forced migration, captives paid one of the darkest costs of imperial expansion and commerce. The empire that later memory reduces to a king holding a golden sphere was in life made of countless people, performing work, enduring demands, pursuing profit, preserving knowledge and surviving systems more powerful than themselves. That is one reason the word richest can hide as much as it reveals. Rich for whom, to the Mansa wealth might mean the capacity to give away gold in Egypt and still return as emperor. To a merchant it might mean predictable taxes and safe roads that allowed a caravan to reach its destination alive. To a scholar in Timbuktu, wealth might appear as manuscripts, teachers, paper patronage, and a mosque where learning could take root. To a local ruler brought beneath imperial supremacy, it might mean new opportunity balanced against lost independence. To a minor farmer, porter, or salt worker, the empire's riches might be felt mainly through the demand for products and labour. To an enslaved captive, the prosperity of the trade system could appear only as violence given a market value. An empire may be wealthy, while many lives within its reach remain hard, precarious, or unfree. Gold does not dissolve that contradiction. It illuminates it. Mali's reputation also depends on a rare historical accident. Its most spectacular ruler entered the written vision of outsiders at precisely the moment when his actions were impossible to overlook. Had Musa remained within his own court distributing wealth, mainly among subjects and neighbouring powers, he might be remembered magnificently in Manding traditions, yet appear only faintly in Arabic and European records. By crossing the Sahara and passing through Cairo, he placed himself before people whose accounts would circulate through a much wider literate world. His fame is earned, but it is also amplified by visibility. Many rulers have possessed remarkable power without meeting witnesses able or interested enough to transmit their grandeur far beyond its immediate sphere. Musa carried Mali's wealth to the place where it could become international memory. That memory is divided between two kinds of inheritance. One is the inheritance of written and painted images, the reports of chroniclers, the recollections collected by later writers, the Catalan Atlas, with its enthroned golden king, and the enduring modern fascination with a ruler whose riches seem to mock every ordinary scale of fortune. The other is the inheritance of living tradition and landscape, the histories preserved through griots, the continued significance of Sundiata, and the Keita past the towns and river corridors, where imperial history remains part of cultural memory, the architecture maintained and rebuilt by communities, and the manuscripts that reveal an intellectual world too often neglected by outsiders. Neither inheritance is complete by itself. Foreign texts preserve details of Musa's international impact, but see Mali through their own interests, especially gold and Islam. Oral traditions preserve dynastic and social meanings that external observers could never have known, but they too have evolved through centuries of performance and remembrance. History survives in fragments that must be placed beside one another without forcing any single fragment to carry the whole empire. Even the ruins and surviving structures resist simple answers. Earthen architecture does not remain unchanged like carved granite sealed in a dry tomb. It requires renewal, and renewal blurs the desire to stand before a wall and say this is exactly what Musa saw. Cities grow, shrink, shift and rebuild. Trade routes change. River channels alter. Sands move. The palace centres of early Mali are more difficult to identify with certainty than the stone capitals of some other civilizations, encouraging those who expect monumental remains to underestimate the empire's reality. But Mali's power was never confined to permanent masonry. It lay in relationships across distance, the crossing where tolls were collected, the river landing where grain was loaded, the road made safe enough for gold to move the oral oath binding families to authority, the mosque maintained after rain, the market where northern and southern goods met. Some civilizations leave their grandeur as walls, others leave it in roots, names, stories, urban continuities, scattered objects, and the memories of the people whose ancestors lived inside their reach. The loss of Mali's supremacy does not diminish what it built. Songhai rises by commanding many of the same river and commercial worlds that Mali helped unite on an imperial scale. Timbuktu's greatest later scholarly flourishing may come under changing political circumstances, yet the city's prominence is inseparable from the network strengthened in the age of Mali and Musa. Trans-Saharan trade continues after imperial boundaries shift because the environments that created its necessity remain. Gold still calls outward. Salt still answers human need. The Niger still offers life to settlements along its course. Rival states inherit not a ruined emptiness, but a region made politically irresistible by its productivity and connections. Mali's decline is therefore part of its proof. Powers fight hardest over worlds worth possessing. Then, centuries later, new outside forces reshape how the region is understood. European expansion, Atlantic slaving systems, colonial conquest, and the writing of African history through prejudiced foreign lenses push the achievements of Sahelian empires into obscurity or distortion. Timbuktu becomes in some outsider imaginations an almost comic synonym for nowhere separated from the reality of a city once known for commerce and books. Mali's wealth is either denied, turned into exotic fable, or stripped from the societies that created it. Even when Mansa Musa is rediscovered in popular culture, he is sometimes reduced to a single claim, the richest person who ever lived. That claim can restore attention, but it can also repeat the old flattening. It places the golden orb back in his hand while leaving the river, the scholars, the farmers, the captives, the builders, the traders, and the complicated empire in shadow. The more truthful legacy is not smaller, it is larger. Mali demonstrates that medieval global history does not belong only to Europe, the Middle East, or Asia, with Africa waiting at the margins to be discovered. West Africa stands within the movement of precious metals, religion, scholarship, diplomacy, commercial knowledge, and political imagination that shapes the wider world. A ruler from the Sahel can arrive in Cairo and be treated as a sovereign of extraordinary consequence. His gold can affect an important market. His pilgrimage can enter historical writing. His empire can be drawn on a Mediterranean map not as an unnamed blank, but as a place of authority and wealth. His cities can participate in intellectual traditions whose surviving manuscripts still challenge generations of neglect. Mali was not a footnote to the medieval world. It was one of the forces that helped make that world what it was, and still mystery remains. The precise location and nature of some royal centres remain debated. The exact amount of gold produced and controlled can never be fully counted. The reality behind the vanished Atlantic expedition stays beyond proof. The scale of Musa's caravan, the duration of Cairo's economic disturbance, and the details of individual building projects remain subject to careful argument. No single explanation fully accounts for how one ruler's journey became so overwhelming a symbol of wealth. But uncertainty does not empty the story. It restores its proper edges. It prevents legend from swallowing evidence, and evidence from pretending to be complete. Perhaps the most revealing measure of Mali's fortune is not a number at all. It is the range of things its wealth made possible, and the distances over which its effects were felt. A minor washing sediment far south of the Sahara participates unknowingly in a chain that reaches the markets of Cairo. A ruler travelling toward Mecca changes how distant people imagine Africa. An earthen mosque rises through royal patronage and survives through generations of communal repair. A manuscript copied in a city near the desert preserves thought long after armies have changed the flag over its streets. A painted king on a map continues to announce the existence of a powerful African empire, centuries after the court he represented has lost its dominion. Wealth in this sense is not simply accumulation, it is consequence. The Mali Empire does not need to win an impossible contest against every rich civilization in history in order to stand among the most astonishing realms of the human past. Its achievement is secure without exaggeration. From savannah kingdoms and inherited trade routes, it forged an empire capable of commanding gold, river-life markets, faith scholarship, and international attention. It produced a ruler whose generosity became an economic event, whose journey turned distance into fame, and whose image remains seated in the memory of the world with gold held openly before him. But behind that image lies the deeper truth. Mali was rich not because one king glittered. It glittered because an entire world of landscapes, labour, commerce, authority, devotion, suffering, and intelligence had been drawn together strongly enough for a time to make the impossible seem visible. The empire is gone now in the way all empires eventually go, not erased but loosened from the command of kings, and return to the keeping of landscape memory and time. The Niger still curves through the interior, carrying reflected sky past fields and settlements whose lives remain tied to water as lives were tied to it before Musa's name crossed the Sahara. The desert still waits beyond the grasslands, immense and indifferent, covering and uncovering the traces of travellers who once measured their future by well stars, salt, and the safety of the road. Somewhere in the soils and stream beds of West Africa, gold still lies hidden in the same patient earth, from which human hands once drew particles bright enough to alter the imagination of distant worlds. The great procession has long since vanished. No line of camels advances toward Cairo beneath the burden of royal wealth. No merchant looks up from his scale to see the Emperor of Mali passing through the city with gifts that seem to empty the ground itself of treasure. The markets that felt his arrival have changed beyond recognition. The courts that received him have become history. Even the map on which he sits holding gold has grown fragile with age. Yet the image endures because it preserves a moment when distance failed to hide greatness, when a ruler from beyond the Sahara entered the written memory of other lands so powerfully that centuries could not fully silence him. But perhaps the quieter traces matter more. Earthen walls renewed after rain, manuscripts guarded through generations, names spoken by griots long after palaces faded, river towns living beside routes once travelled by imperial messengers and traders. The knowledge that behind every shining legend stand ordinary people whose hands built, harvested, carried, copied, fought, prayed, suffered and remembered. Gold made Mali visible to outsiders. People made Mali real. There is temptation when looking into the deep past to search only for what was greatest, the richest ruler, the largest empire, the most dazzling treasure. Yet time has a gentler measure. It asks what remains after the gold has changed hands, after the armies have departed, after the powerful names no longer command obedience. In Mali's case, what remains is not only the memory of wealth, but the memory of connection river to desert mine, to market spoken history, to written page, a distant kingdom, to a wider world that once looked southward and saw not emptiness but splendour. And as evening settles over the Niger, the water moves on dark and steady beneath the fading light, carrying no gold that can be seen from the bank, only the quiet reflection of a world that remembers more than it reveals.